If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Top of the Thirsty Thursday to you and all the Road Gang here, because this is Road Gang Radio live from the Fastport Studios with your handsome man himself, Jimmy Mack, and is also pretty handsome.
I would say pretty good looking, dude.
Yeah.
I'd actually put you one notch above me.
We got some beautiful people around here, man.
I would put you one notch above me. I'd be like, look, I think I'm a good looking guy.
I'm not even listening to that, man. Don't put yourself down like that.
I'm not putting myself down. I'm putting you up. Let me tell you something, man. I'm going to get right down to it. If somebody said, do you think you're good looking? I think as I shed these pounds, and by the way, my friend I told you about, had a friend I had a falling out with, called me out of the blue, just to be like, hey, dude, can we just like, and I'm like, dude, you had me at me seeing your name on the phone.
Yeah.
I mean, the moment Lou called, I was like, Lou, what are you
been long
doing?
enough, buddy.
It's been long enough. I'm telling you, man, I'm like the forgiveness king. You want to know why?
Talk to me.
Because I've been forgiven so many times in my life for so much bullshitski that I have imposed upon the people of the United States of America. So many times I have been forgiven, Phone Master Dre, for doing stupid stuff. I don't mean like stupid. I mean like stupid stuff. Lou's a good-looking dude, too. Lou picked me up, took me to eat, sat down, broke some bread. We had a conversation. Let me tell you something, though, dude. First thing Lou said was, dude, we dropped about 10 pounds or something? I went, actually, I did.
Oh, you noticed?
11 pounds. Let me tell you something, man. I'm going to get down there. I'm going to get back to what, I'm going to get back to what it was. Although, after what happened this morning, guys, won't lie, I had this moment of like, don't get angry. Don't be ragey. Eat a little yogurt. Break your fast. Get it done. Calm down. Can I tell you something? I'm telling you this right now, ladies and gents. Please use your Google to be able to locate your phone. Am I right, Trey?
Oh, man. Dude, that was a beautiful thing.
I left my phone in an Uber.
So it was Google you were doing? I thought it was Uber that used the app. So you had Google?
No. I have actually set my phone up in such a way that if it leaves my person, all I got to do is say, find my phone on Google. Find my phone, and I just put it on, and it started ringing, and the young lady, who was terrifimundo, her name was Cherish, who was terrifimundo, she drove back, brought me the phone, and she didn't get far enough away so that I'd get charged for it either.
And you cherished that moment.
And I tipped the hell out of her.
Amen, you
Came
did.
back and be like, hey, man, here's your phone. All right, getting all over the place. I got to tell you, man, look, I'm going to get down about 20 pounds, which is where I got to be. When I get there, I've got 10 more to lose. I don't got to get down 20 pounds.
Yeah.
I got 10 more to lose. I'm going to be a good-looking dude. I'd still put you a notch above me, man.
Boy.
And by the way, that's my way of saying I think 10 pounds from now, I'm a really good-looking dude, which lets people know what I think about the looks of the guy sitting across from me this morning. Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, and thank you for the compliments, and good morning to the beautiful people of the Road Gang.
Oh, I got to tell you, they're out there, too. Joe J, by the way. Joe J,
nice.
we want you to be handsome because you're not warm. It's -5 with a -15 wind chill factor in Oshkosh, Wisconsin with bad signal. I keep buffering. Sorry, Joe J. Sorry that's happening. Marshall Platter says it's balmy 22 degrees in South Dakota. Marty Ellis, by the way, says good morning. The spirit of the American trucker is out there looking out for us all, doing that thing. And, of course, 504 in the 504. Getting a little love from Lovey. You know what I'm saying? Earl and Lovey, giving us that love, giving us that family embrace. Great to have you guys on board. And Andre is absolutely correct. Andre Thibodeau says that it's 615-292-6366.
Also known as Nemo.
If you give us a call, you can get into the conversation. One of the other things I told you this morning, what is not supposed to be easy being a policeman. It's only easy in a police state. That's the point. The line that sets it off, though, is Orson Welles' corrupt police captain Hank Quinlan says, well, you don't make it easy being a policeman, do you, Vargas? And then Charlton Heston, as Vargas says, not supposed to be easy being a policeman. It's only easy in a police state. That's the point. It's not easy. It's not easy. There's all kinds of stuff going on out there. I turned you on, by the way, to a story that we've been kind of tracking about a rogue chase. A rogue chase. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But I do want to share something else with you, by the way.
Talk to me.
They are cheating over in Massachusetts, man. This may sum up exactly how valuable those CDLs and those CPLs and all that stuff are. They are cheating over in Massachusetts, and Frank Castro, 52 years old, has got some splaining to do. This goes all the way back to October 18th of 2021, and then the deed gets done on December 10th of 2021. They got Frank Castro, the FBI, with an undercover agent who bribed him with $3,000 to provide that particular undercover individual with answers to a commercial learner's permit exam. Here's what had to go down. He had to sneak a Bluetooth device into the testing area at the RMV, surreptitiously place the device into his ear, and then cover it with headphones during the exam, and then old Frank Castro told him the answers in a verbal test. He told it to him in his ear.
Yeah.
In his ear. By the way, that's got a $250,000. Here's the max out. 15 years in prison, 3 years of supervised probation, and a $250,000 fine. I don't know if it'll be that, but as of last week, on January the 14th, he was convicted in federal court for unlawful production of an identification document. They got old Frank over in Massachusetts, man. He's looking at some hard times.
God, that's crazy how many years you can get for that.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, I thought about it for a while.
Yeah.
I remember that's the max out. That's also to give prosecutors room to actually plea bargain it or
Parole,
deal
all
it
that
down,
stuff.
all that stuff, to deal it down a little bit less. But you know, here's the thing. And I thought about it. My first reaction was, holy moly, holy mackerel. That's a
15
sentence.
years.
15 years. You're going to hit the hard time. Going to crack up some rocks there, buddy. I actually had a thought about it. You're talking about putting somebody who's unqualified behind the wheel of 18 wheels of death.
Yeah, that's when you put it that way.
When you put it that way, I mean, when you put a little perspective on it, but I mean, that's kind of the thing. And that's what's going on right now in this country. That is what the big rock that has been overturned. And by the way, man, don't be like, oh, these open border Democrats or these big wig Republicans looking to get their, low cost employees. It's everybody. You're all doing it. You're all part of this mess. Unless you're not. If you're not, you're probably listening to Road Gang Radio here on iHeartRadio. Glad to have you aboard. You can also find us on YouTube where you can yak it up. We are on Odyssey and a number of other platforms. And then on every podcast platform you can possibly imagine after the show is done and Madison with a T crosses those T's, dots those I's,
good.
and releases them into the blueberry world. And then that means they end up on every podcast, Spotify, Pandora, iTunes, I see you. We see you out there. That's what's going on out there. But this has been the big story. I mean, education has been the big story, and ways of, it's better to cheat than to repeat.
I can't say much, man. I was the cheater growing up.
Yeah, when in doubt, look about.
Hey, man, you want me to hook you up with that person you like so much? Cool. What's the answer to B?
Exactly. Well, here's one for you. I actually helped somebody cheat on an essay test one time.
Talk to me.
Now, he had to meet me halfway. He froze up. There's a friend of mine who had been studying with me and absolutely just, you pull an all-nighter in high school. And it was a bad scene. We were up all night, and he got in there, and he just froze on this. The second half of the test was one big essay. And I realized, oh, man, he's in trouble. How do you cheat on an essay test? You can only cheat on an essay test for the person who's cheating off of you who actually has studied. So what I did was I had my blue book, and I wrote the prompts. I wrote an outline.
Yeah.
See, it's not cheating now. I can get away with it. So in the margin, I wrote like the 5 bullet points of the answer. Makes sense for an essay. So it's like, here's your outline. But I could always make a case with the pencil that I wrote it. I wrote it in pencil before I wrote it in pen. And the idea if a teacher came by, he'd be like, no, it's my outline. It's how I'm going to outline this thing. What I did, though, and this was smart, I didn't outline it the same way I wrote my answer. You follow me? So that he knew it. Dude, look, he knew it. He froze up, and I totally understand. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. He couldn't just here are my 5 points. That's my answer. He had to actually write 2 or 3 paragraphs about each one of those 5 points. You following me?
Oh, yeah, I'm following you.
I'm giving him the outline. He understood the material. He just froze.
Yeah.
It's the only time I've ever
Pressure.
cheated. Only time I've ever cheated. And I have no regrets about it either.
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine. He was doing great. He was a good guy. He got the yips. So I gave him the outline. And I remember the moment I gave him the outline, He stopped looking. He got he wrote the outline down. And
little boost, a little help.
Give him a little bit of that. When in doubt, look about. It's better to cheat than repeat. The
bars.
fate of mankind was on the line. College admissions, the whole enchilada. He froze.
You saved his career, man.
I saved him.
Yeah, dude.
He's under a bridge right now, but it's all good. No, he's not actually.
I was about to say dark.
No, he's a successful dude. He's got a lot of things going on, and I never cease to remind him. I actually bought $100,000 from him yesterday and said I would tell people that he built his whole empire on cheating. None of that is true. The cheating part is. Let's get to the phones. We got somebody on there. Who are we talking to?
I'm thinking it's Weasel.
I got a Weasel.
I think.
No.
It's a
showtime. Y'all caller ID is similar. Hello, honey.
What's up?
What's up? Is it better to cheat than repeat?
No. Never cheat.
Never?
Here's the thing they need to do. Not only get those people that do that, but it was going around too that there was people that would go in, they'd have like a hoodie on, and they'd have an earbud in, and they had a thing, and they had like their phone on their chest.
Yeah.
But they'd have their shirt buttoned up. So when they'd sit down at the thing, they'd unbutton it so the camera could see the screen, and the person would tell them what the answers were. That's how they were getting their CDLs.
Nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't mean cheating on CDLs. I mean, is it ever okay to get a little bit of just a little nudge, little competitive advantage? Ever?
We like to call it in racing the gray area.
Yeah, it's rubbing. That's rubbing.
It's okay to take a little bit of steroids sometimes. Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
It's prescribed.
But I get it though. I get it. It's like it's just one of those things where this. By the way, I am totally against this. And by the way, I have no problem with that being the opening sentence. It's like we can negotiate this down, dude. But like you are giving people who are unqualified CDLs and CLPs and all kinds of stuff. It's death on the highway.
And here's what they need to do. They need to go through and find out all those that got those CDLs, revoke them, and then ban them from ever getting a CDL. That should be the rule. If you cheat to get a CDL, yours is revoked or you are banned and never allowed to get one again. Because if they're here on a visa, a work visa, that cancels their work visa and then they're going home. We don't need them here anyway.
By the way, I wanted to share this with you. Our good friend Chowder says, I cheated to pass one semester in high school. I snuck into the office after hours after a baseball game and changed some F's to B's for a paper back then. I don't know what that means, but I like what he stands for, to be honest with you. Every once in a while, it's okay. It's okay. I will tell you this, a little competitive advantage. And they were talking about this yesterday with the whole Belichick thing. This is interesting because what you're talking about actually is not a bad strategy. Everybody was doing what Belichick did in regarding filming practices. And everybody was doing what Sean Payton did in regards to bounties, because one of the reasons why Favre didn't make a big deal of it with the whole bounty gate thing, he's like, do you think we didn't have bounties on Breeze? He just got the ball out of his hands faster. So everybody does it, but every once in a while, if you want to reform the system, you got to come down hard on somebody. You know what I'm saying? It scares the hell out of everybody. That's really the thing.
Right.
But that's a real tough game as a law enforcement agent. I'll tell you this right now, because you don't want to come down in a way that seems unfair or draconian, but you want to come down in a way that makes people never want to do it again. Because if you come down too hard, nobody wants to go into that period because they're like, well, dude, I mean, it's like every little thing they're looking at. Why would I want to do that when I can go have a little bit of a bud and go install some solar panels? It's a tough call sometimes, but in trucking, I don't think it is. I think we need safe people out there. I think people should be terrified of breaking the law when it comes to being a truck driver. Your thoughts?
Right. Well, let me ask you this. Would you want a pilot to cheat on his license?
Oh, I'm with you, dude. It's exactly the same logic. I am totally with you. I would not like being like, well, I really don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah,
but
this guy lied to get his pilot's license, and he's flying you. Yeah, okay, that'll work out well.
As a matter of fact, I would actually argue that a pilot has to, these days, they should know more, could actually get away with knowing less than a truck driver. I would argue that, except when things go really wrong in a plane. That's the difference. But literally, planes run themselves now. Ain't nobody ever getting in one of those things without a pilot in the cockpit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing? Yeah, I mean, some of the cheap. I mean, the idea, like Donnie Tolk and I were talking about because they've been experimenting with teaching methodologies that allow two people to sit inside of a cab while the instructor is on the on the flat on the training field with Bluetooth in and giving them instructions and directions about how to back up and all that kind of stuff, and then getting in and out of the cab. Yeah, the technology. I mean. Although I will say this, some people go to so much trouble to cheat. You're like, why didn't you just study, right?
Right. Why didn't you just do it right in the first place? Because by cheating, somewhere down the road, it's going to bite you. You're going to get into something where you don't know, and that's what's going to get you in a bind.
It's exactly it. By the way, Chowder's having fun with us. He's saying, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And I think what Chowder's talking about, and I'm going to say this, by the way, I think what Chowder is talking about is the difference between cheating and it's a really thin line, and competitive advantage, if you know what I'm talking about. You go with racing, the idea of how.
Well,
yeah, go ahead. You got it.
One of the masters of that was Ray Evernham in NASCAR.
Oh, yeah.
He would look at a rule book and figure out the gray areas. I mean, they literally brought a car the one time to the All-Star race, and NASCAR goes, it's legal, but don't ever bring it to the track again.
Yeah, I mean, that's like Bear Bryant and the tearaway jerseys and all that stuff, dude. It's like, well, I'm looking at this rule, and it doesn't say you can't. It doesn't say you can, but it doesn't say you can't.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you know you're innovative, when they're changing rules because of you. I mean, that's how you know. It's like all you have to do, by the way, I don't know if you're a football fan or not, but all you have to do now is actually watch the offensive lines in football games and to watch the guards jump the snap count in order to block more successfully. I mean, they are literally watching videos to time their jump before the snap, and the quarterback is literally telling them how to do it in order to get a competitive advantage on the edge rush. And what happens is that eventually people start looking at that stuff. But that's a competitive advantage of figuring out exactly the absolute limit and extent of things. That's why, and we get back to trucking now, that's why the non-domiciled CDL has been such a disaster, because it was not written in a way that actually closed a massive loophole. It was relying on the fact that states do it differently from state to state, thereby allowing the worst of the actors to shop for a CDL. That's what happened there. They didn't close the loophole. But bad actors, bad operators. What are you doing with your day? How's the weather?
I'm down in Texas, headed down to Freeport, Texas today. So the weather's actually good here. We had snow. Well, we drove into where it had snowed up in Dallas yesterday, and luckily we came in yesterday. If we'd have come in a day or two before, it would have been a mess.
Yeah, this whole thing has been about timing, too, because I'm telling you right now, where are you going to be on Saturday? Because Saturday is going to be hell come to breakfast, by the way. It's going to be bad.
I'm not sure yet. I know I got a pickup. I have to go back up in the Dallas area, deliver tomorrow. I don't know if they're sending me back down for a second load or not. So I'm waiting to see. But, yeah, I know going north and stuff is going to be cold and bad, so.
Yeah, it's going to be bad everywhere. It's going to be 21 degrees here on Saturday here in the city of New Orleans. Brother, you know the drill. I got to take that deep breath for the pledge, national anthem, and all that stuff. Would you just do me a favor and say, good morning, Road Gang Radio. Here's your pledge, national anthem, and a cup of Java. Can you do it for me?
Sure. Good morning, Road Gang Radio. And now it's time for a cup of Java, your anthem, and some words of inspiration.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the red we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. I hope and pray that you're doing well. I want to share something with you found in Galatians chapter 5, verse 22. It says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, and faithfulness. Now, why would you want to know all that this morning, Pastor? Well, because you got to understand something. That is what you call testing to see if you are where you need to be. See, what God is sharing with us in Galatians 5:22, he said, this is the fruit that know that listen to me. This is the fruit that should be bearing from you. Notice what I just said. He says, but the fruit of the Spirit. So this is fruit that should be coming out of you and I daily. He said the fruit that should be coming out of you and I daily is love. He said the fruit that should be coming out of you and I daily is peace. The fruit that should be coming out of you and I daily is forbearance. The fruit that should be coming out of us is kindness. The fruit that should be coming out of us is goodness. The fruit that should be coming out of us daily is faithfulness. Why should this fruit be coming out of us daily? Because it is showing God working through us. So, my brother and sister, allow God to use you by you allowing his fruit to be seen in you and through you. God bless you and enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Visit drive4bme.com. Drive4bme.com to learn more about the Bennett values and opportunities for drivers just like you.
Ooh, enjoy that Thursday like the man he said.
Full Throttle Thursday, Thursday is on the case here at Road Gang Radio. No such thing as cheating in a fight. That's McNabb 42 out there. Making, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Of course, and Brad Bentley says, good morning, gang. Brad Bentley, of course, of Fastport. These are the Fastport studios over the historic Edgar Degas House. Fastport, go to nationalapprenticeship.org or fastport.com. We're going to go to the phones. Our good friend Chowder is here, one of the rebels of the Sacred Heart, Road Gang Radio rebel himself. Good morning, Chowder.
My brother, good morning.
Good morning, brother. Good morning, Jimmy. Good talking to both of you yesterday. It's always an uplifting and encouragement-filled discussion. Morning, family of the roads. Over here in Newcastle, Wyoming, I ain't moved because I'm surrounded by Hell's Canyon and another canyon that probably should be named the same thing based on the curves and changes. So I figured I'd keep signal to say hello. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Well, it's not really cheating if you never get caught because I didn't know you cheated, so therefore you just followed your own rules.
That's right.
So, yeah, I was referring more to tactical advantages in sports, Jimmy, when I said that. Although, as I posted on the files of YouTube, Chowder may have snuck into the high school office one time after a baseball game when nobody was around and needed a pass that semester, and some F's, I think it was a couple, might have changed to B's somehow. But fortunately, that was one thing that was great about paper before electronic technology. Some of us could actually look like we were a little bit smarter when we had a bad semester. Not sure it's really legal, but it works.
It works. Sometimes you got to do it, man. Sometimes it's better to cheat than repeat. Sometimes, repeating the grade, getting held back
Right.
is not what you want to do. If you're going to get held back because it was a strategic decision to make sure that you were better on the football field, not to sit around people who you outgrew. I got to tell you, man, they never realized that holding people back often would set up a really big disaster. And that's one of the great kind of dilemmas. What do you do? It's like what you do is you put people in summer school and you get them up to speed. But sometimes it's better to cheat than to repeat. Agreed. Sorry.
Right. Especially if you're going for like a state title in baseball and one of the kids that was supposed to graduate was your best pitcher. If he happens to drop a couple grade points and has to repeat that senior year, it's probably okay.
Yeah, then it's all right. Then it's like, here comes, that's why they usually have eligibility rules. Eligibility rules were invented for those guys.
But since we're on the rule of cheating, Jimmy Mack, I'm sure you noticed yesterday the preamble of the official, unofficial, not friggin' legit league Hall of Fame voting came out. And did you notice the big discussion about who is not considered a first ballot Hall of Famer, apparently? Because most of those voters are holding a suspected cheating scandal against him.
Well, and the other thing is the fact that this is where the problem arose. This is the biggest problem, is that nobody is supposed to be eligible until 5 years after they become eligible. The problem is, though, what do you do about the coaches and the GMs? What do you do about a guy?
Well, they changed it, Jimmy.
That's what I'm saying.
They changed it last year that coaches 1 year.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. But the problem is with the 1 year thing, there isn't, the idea of an immediate kind of induction. But they were right to change it, but then the change sets up just enough room. By the way, there are people who openly admit it, like Ryan Leaf came out and said, yeah, I didn't vote for him. Like Ryan Leaf came out and said, didn't vote for him. Which, by the way, I admire. Didn't vote for him. He's got to wait. It was the BS around people acting like, whoa, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything wrong. Well, maybe I voted for him. Maybe I didn't. Oh, shut up, Napoleon. Shut up. Shut up, dude.
Well, no, Napoleon came out with his written statement yesterday, and he actually had the auditors and the Hall of Fame committee go back through, and it came and showed that he did vote for him.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though, where you tag somebody and then vote for them. Have we got enough votes to stop him? Yeah, I'm voting for him. I mean, come on.
Well, here's the problem I see. Baseball, I know they have the coaches vote, the contributor vote, and then the players vote. Now, they got a goofy system where you got to get like 70% or nobody goes in. But how, like they said on a lot of the shows, I think it was Solomon that said it, how do you compare Roger Craig's accomplishments to Belichick's accomplishments, to Kraft's accomplishments, but we're only putting 3 in, and here's the 5 people. They need separate voting category, and maybe you put so many players, so many coaches, so many owner in type thing. You can't put coaches and owners in with players because that doesn't formulate the same, especially when some are waiting 5 and some are waiting 1 now. And the other thing, if you can't specify the historical significance of that sport without that person being mentioned, then your Hall of Fame is flawed.
Yeah.
Belichick, okay, the Browns have 2 championships in 30 years, or not championship, playoff appearances. Who has one of them? Belichick has one, and Stefanski has one. That's kind of a big span in between of gapness.
Yeah.
Just making the Browns relevant again should be Hall of Fame worthy for that guy.
Well, how about this? How about the fact that he was Parcells' defensive coordinator? I mean, how about that right there?
Oh, yeah, we won't mention those 2 Super Bowls along with his other 6 he's got.
Yeah, we won't mention the fact that he may have been on the greatest coaching staff of all time, and that literally one of his game plans is actually in the Hall of Fame. Dre, I'm not kidding. One of Belichick's game plans is in the Hall of Fame.
Nice. Yeah. Well, and how about his own slogan? Al Davis had "Just win, baby." Unfortunately, we as Raiders just understand now, "Just fail, baby." But that made it. And what's that other slogan we hear, everybody? Just do your job. You get your own slogan named after you. That should probably get you in somehow too.
Yeah.
But I don't understand it. I think Bill got the Parcells treatment. For the longest time they didn't know if he was going in right away either because he was out. But they're like, is he going to take the Tampa job? Is he going to do this? There's still a lot of swarming around. Is Bill going to really stay in Carolina, or is he coming back? And maybe some of that persuaded him because why would you vote him in the Hall of Fame if he still might come back?
Yeah, look at Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers reset his own clock. They worked that out, I think, though. I think they did work that out with Phillip Rivers.
Right.
They reset it. They didn't reset his clock. My brother, I got to take the break. I love you, but the people who take
All right,
care
love
of
you.
us.
Can't do anything about it.
All right, brother. Talk to you soon. We'll actually bounce into this break here. Phone lines will remain open at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call. You got time.
We got a nice lineup today, by the way, show-wise. I'll give you all the details of that when we come back on the other side. Lots of stuff to talk about, including Washington Trucking Week with the return of Collin Long, OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Shimon Road Gang, spread the word, hit the subscribe, hit the like, hit the share, hit your friend. It's okay.
Go to RadioNemo.com, the subscription over there. Scroll to the bottom of the page, get down to the bottom of that homepage for RadioNemo.com. Trust me, in the next week or so, just a couple of days, we got a lot of big information, a lot of big news coming your way because of the Mid-American Trucking Show. A lot of stuff that we're up to, some big stuff. Finally, a chance to do something we've been trying to do for 2 years. I won't say what it is now, but I'll simply say that we got some stuff we got to take care of. Some stuff has been not taken care of over the last 2 years, not done properly. A lot of people have been more invested in themselves and their own interests than invested in what was right. We're going to right a wrong in short order in about 2.5 months or so.
Good.
We're kind of pushing towards something. Poor guy trying to get off and get to a different lifestyle, and he's been prevented from that. If you actually, I'm talking cryptically on purpose because it gets people interested. We've been trying to do something for the last 2 years, and thieving and disrespect have prevented that from happening. We're gonna finally, and Dre knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now. We're gonna finally put a thunderclap of an end to that, and let somebody actually have the sunset that they deserve. By the way, a lawsuit filed by the family of a deceased truck driver claims that local police officers were conducting a rogue pursuit that went against department policies and state laws when the suspect crashed into their family member's rig, killing him. Here's the story. The June 2023, and you have a question about 2023, and I'll get to that because I don't know if you know this, but the guy that just got this guy Frank Castro at the DMV scam we opened the show up with,
yeah,
he pulled that off in 2021.
Oh, God, okay.
And he wasn't convicted until now. I'm telling you, this is what a lot of people in this country have to understand. There is no frontier justice. That's not how this works. That's not what we are. What is it? We are a country of laws. We are not a country of men's. The idea that it's like, we are ruled by laws, not by men.
Yeah.
Men, when they rule things, I want a little frontier, I'll kill them. Throw them in the clink, throw them off the bridge. Let's get some hangings around here. Get a rope. All that kind of stuff. The June 2023 crash took the life of 57-year-old truck driver Bondin Vetroff in Lakewood, Washington, when he was ejected from his semi-truck cab. The wrongful death lawsuit was filed in a Tacoma court on Wednesday, January the 21st. According to the News Tribune, the officers were pursuing a 16-year-old suspect in a stolen car in an attempt to scare the suspect and teach him a lesson. That's according to the lawsuit. The suit calls this a rogue pursuit and says it goes against the policies of the Lakewood Police Department and Washington state laws. The suit alleges the officers were not trained in the legalities surrounding pursuits or certified in any sort of pursuit intervention. The officers did not contact their supervising sergeant before chasing the suspect. That's the ball game right there.
Yeah, okay.
That's the ball game. And by the way, before anybody races in, you better have a law enforcement background if you're going to come at me on this, okay?
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. There is an argument to be made, depending upon the threat that I don't know all the facts of the case, depending upon the threat the 16-year-old presented, but you've got to call it in. Mark Lindquist Law Lakewood Police Chief Patrick Smith and 2 officers in pursuit, Cole Craner and Sean Erkfitz, were named in the suit. The lawsuit alleges negligence, deprivation of civil rights, and failure to train officers. 9 other officers were also identified as untrained and not certified in pursuit intervention options, which are required by department policy and state law. The family of Vetroff and their lawyer argue that there were safer options for police to employ that would not have endangered their loved one and ultimately claimed his life. Given that the officers failed to use available, approved, and safe alternatives to apprehend the suspect, it's reasonable to infer that the officers were trying to teach the suspect a lesson by scaring him and endangering him or harming him in a chase, the lawsuit states. In the rogue pursuit, the officers ignored policies and laws, which is further evidence of intent beyond legitimate law enforcement.
So why almost 3 years later?
It's the second lawsuit filed by the family for the incident.
Yeah.
If I digged a little deeper, I'm willing to bet a couple of things are at play here. First of all, they might have gotten the wrong lawyers up front, and the lawyers might have filed inappropriately, in the wrong courtroom, done it improperly. Sometimes a case gets dismissed without prejudice. You ever heard that expression?
Yes.
A case that is dismissed without prejudice means that you can refile.
Yeah.
Okay. A case dismissed with prejudice means you've had your bite at the apple. Party's over.
Yeah.
A dismissal with prejudice is the end of the game. There have been some very, very high-profile with prejudice dismissals in the last couple of months that have been handed down to the Justice Department where they've been told don't do this again.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to bet there's probably a dismissal without prejudice.
Yeah,
to allow the plaintiffs to refile.
And then teaching the 16-year-old a lesson by pursuing him in the way that they did.
Yeah, and like I said, that's one of the things too is the fact that it's like we'll show you, we'll learn you. By the way,
it cost a life.
It cost a life. We'll learn you, we'll teach you, we'll show you is the exact opposite of that, which is where we arrest you, take you down, and don't book you, and we keep you in holding, scare the living hell out of you, and then cut you loose to your parents.
Yeah, because 16-year-olds... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm about to say, 16-year-olds have watched too many movies, seen too many TV shows, play too much Grand Theft Auto, and then they go in that hindsight,
They do stupid stuff,
yeah.
too. And the other thing is, too, if in fact... And by the way, we don't know the full facts of the case.
Yeah, touche.
The defense will present its arguments. We've got to remember that. That's why it takes so long.
Yeah, okay.
Because, one of the things, too, is the fact that, you have a right to prepare a defense. I mean, the evidence may show that they, in fact, did everything they were supposed to do. But if they can prove they didn't make a call to their desk sergeant, if they didn't make a call to let people know what was going on, and by the way, the 9 other officers named, I did read the filing. The 9 other officers are not charged with that. What they're showing is, it goes back to trucking too. The idea that they tell you all the time, be careful what you do and be careful what you say, because you'll end up in a court of law being like, well, isn't it your policy to do this? Yeah. Well, so-and-so didn't do it.
Yeah.
That's the game. You got to play with people with trucking companies too, because it's like you get these insurance policies, Dre, that it's like, if you do the following things, we won't raise your rate. Nobody ever gets a lowered rate, by the way. That's one of the other disgusting things that's happening in this country right now. Nobody gets a lower rate. What happens is this. if you do the following things, if you take the following steps, we will actually not raise your rate. So people take the following steps, and then they incorporate it into policy. Then they get a press release saying how safe they are, and then some driver that works for them doesn't do any of that stuff. And then you end up in a courtroom like going with one of your executives, oh, the stand, did you say this? Yes, we put those policies in place. Yes. So why weren't they properly trained in those policies?
Exactly.
The 9 other officers being named, what I will put money on is the fact that it's not that any of those 9 officers did anything wrong, but that all 9 of the other officers should have been trained in that as well.
God, 9?
Well, no, the thing is, that you see what I'm saying? The idea that it's like those officers aren't indicted. They're not being sued. But what's being said is you didn't train anybody. There was nobody. This is your policy, and you didn't have anybody trained in pursuit.
Yeah.
Pursuit intervention is the word. And that, by the way, there are pursuit interventions because there's all kinds of things we can talk about. It would be great at this is Josh Lovin.
Oh, 100%.
Josh Lovin would be terrific to talk about this. There's a couple of other people we talked to. I did not do highway stuff. I don't want to make that claim. But there are interventions, like the idea of working with the neighboring county on a pursuit.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, listen, dude, I'm not going to accelerate this problem. The kid drove away. Provided that we don't chase, he's going to slow down. Let me just give you a heads up.
Yeah.
Is anybody near this area? But you can often work with joint highway patrols, particularly if it's a local county. You can the next county will work with you. Hey, Frankie, we're not going to pursue this kid. Why? We don't want to turn him into a hazard or a menace. We do know where he's going, though. Maybe you can get him.
Yeah.
Maybe you can pull in front of him. Maybe you can get alongside of it. Maybe you can, merge into traffic and bring this whole thing to kind of an easy end, by the way.
Who would have thought the reoccurring situation of people not getting the right training was the situation?
It's always that. It's
Yeah.
always that. It's always that. It's always that. And, and the thing is that we have avoided, and I'm glad we've avoided talking about the stuff that's going on in the country right now, but I cannot tell you the difference. Showtime can talk about this.
Oh, dude.
I can't tell you the difference between watching law enforcement agents who are engaged in de-escalation. And by the way, when you are trained in de-escalation, it means when you escalate, it means something.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah.
If you are trained in de-escalation, and by the way, people who are tuning in right now going, oh, please, God, tell me we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a rogue situation. But Dre asked a good question. He said, wait a second, the story we're talking about, this happened in 2023. Exactly. Frank Castro, who we talked about to start the show off, he pulled that nonsense off in October 18th of 2021 is when he took the bribe, and December 10th of 2021 is when he executed. It takes that long. Because you have people, get released on bond. People have to prepare defenses. Motions are, issued. Court dockets have to be filled. All of this kind of stuff. The wheels of justice are slow. They just are. Matter of fact, unless the accused has insisted on getting there fast, you should always be wary of what I call a bull rush.
Yeah.
Anytime you say, you're going to be in court tomorrow. Wait a minute. I need time to prepare, Your Honor. You've heard that before, right?
Oh, yeah.
On the flip side of it, though, the people who are prosecuting you, you have a right, your attorney say, no, we're ready to go right now. That's often, judges love that when the defense goes, oh, no, we're ready to go right now. That's how my dad knew when I got accused of allowing a dog to roam illegally.
Yeah.
When they said, we need a little more time. And he's like, no, we don't need any more time. We're going right now.
Yeah, no.
The moment he's like, thank you very much. You don't need any more time to get your story straight. We're going right now.
We're ready.
A speedy trial. Let's go right now. And then just made mincemeat. By the way, my dad got an animal enforcement agent to admit that he was not an expert on animals on the stand.
That's impressive.
He said, so we can say without a doubt that, but that while you understand the laws and the rules of animal enforcement, you really don't know anything about animals.
You don't know nothing about dogs, man.
He said, he said, are you comfortable calling yourself an expert witness on dogs? And
you even whistle?
He went, no. And he goes, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that. That was the end of that game. But yeah, you have a right to a speedy trial. The government does not have the right to a speedy trial. Don't ever forget that. You have a right to a speedy trial. You have a right to your day in court as fast as you can possibly get it. The government has no right to a speedy trial. We want to move this along. Good. I know you do. We're not going to move it along. As a matter of fact, sometimes if the government's like, we're ready to go right now, you should probably take your time.
Yeah.
Because it means that there's something they. Okay, football analogy. You ready?
Do it.
You ever had those moments when you're watching a game and the call could have gone either way?
Yeah.
And then people line up really fast and run the next play just to run it. They got like what is it, 27-yard completion. And the catch was iffy, and then they run up to the line and they just run the ball. It's like, yeah, play's over. I got to move on. That's what that is. People try to do that all the time. The idea is like, you know what? I'm not going to give this guy time to throw that red flag and challenge the play. I'm just going to get out there and run this play. Happens all the time. All the time. You have a right to a speedy trial, ladies and gents.
You do.
The government does not.
No.
Don't ever forget that.
Not the man.
Don't ever forget that. If you are ready to go and your attorney says we are ready to go and you trust your attorney, go.
Mm-hmm.
Go. Because what it means is he's running the play before they can get their ducks in a row.
Go on, yeah.
Always a good thing. If ever you notice that the defense is like, yeah, we're going to slow this down a little bit, it means they're still looking. They're looking because they're worried that the government has a good, strong case, and they're looking for cracks in it. They're asking for time to actually do some studies, find some experts, develop a contrary theory to whatever it is that happened. But old Frank Castro's in deep doo-doo. This police department that we're talking about is in deep doo-doo. This is not a good scene. This is not a good scene. So yesterday we got a chance to talk with our good friend Madison a little bit about this.
Lover.
Some people called about this as well. One of the big things that is part of the conversation, and our friends at Fastport, full disclosure, are in favor of the apprenticeship program. So we've had one of the people who has really benefited from that apprenticeship program on the air here. Just by the way, one of the best fleets to drive for. By a big thanks to Jane for dropping in on that as well. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. They want to kind of revive this pilot program. And I was kind of curious, Dre, when you were 18, 19 years old, and you've only got about a decade away from that now, about 12, 13 years, right? Right around there.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you would have been comfortable behind the wheel as an 18, 19-year-old? Interstate driving. Now,
Yeah.
I know you could handle a truck, dude.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. But do you feel like you could have done with that lifestyle? Would it have been an adventure for you, or would it have been I miss my mom? Seriously.
No, I feel like I could have, because I was definitely down for the adventure. Because in my situation, I'm a little different, because as soon as as soon as I graduated, I had a half-ton dually with a big old gooseneck trailer and some boxes on the back of it. Bringing that from Natchitoches, Louisiana to Austin. And it went from being a 8-hour drive to a 12-hour drive because I had some fuel pump issues and some other issues with that dually. So I had to keep a certain speed. I had to pull over a couple times. But just going and doing that and thinking about that now, and you bringing up this story and you bringing that up brought me back to that, is I kind of loved it. Like the stress, if I would have put myself in a situation of not having the stress of working on that truck and just had something that I could depend on and just getting to be able to have the moment to enjoy the adventure of it, I think I'd be down for it, because with me, I had history with driving different vehicles, cargo trucks, never fully a semi, but I feel like if I had the right training, I had the
there it is
exactly.
There it is.
If I had the ambition to kind of do that, because with me, I wanted to do other things that my family wasn't doing, because my brother Steven was a truck driver. I had cousins that were truck drivers, and it was a traditional job, and it didn't intrigue me. But now, like, if I would have had the point of view I do now and kind of had it then, oh, dude, I think I would enjoy it. It would have been scary. And you say bringing up my mom and my parents, going to Austin to live with my sister was kind of getting away from them, just because of the toxic environment I kind of grew up with having divorced parents, and then my mom was doing her own thing, trying to get away from my dad. So it's like I already kind of had that point of view of just being like, I was ready to fully get away. And I feel like if I would have done that at that age, that would have been an adventure and a point of view that would have probably given me a whole different lease on life if I would have done that earlier. So having the programs they have now, they didn't really have them at my school.
They did not.
No, and that would have been fantastic, because I was talking to someone a couple years ago. I forgot what truck driver, or if I was talking to one of our old hosts or something, or maybe on the other platform, not with what we were in our company. I think I was talking about that. If I would have had that, that would have been beautiful.
If I would have had that, I'm gonna hook onto that for a second.
Do it.
I think that's absolutely perfect way to kind of start this conversation. I think that if we continue, here's the thing. I think we need to continue to expand the program in regards to its rigor.
Yeah.
Meaning,
Ooh, explain that.
So now that we know that the program at its basic nuts and bolts, we have examples of where it works. There are a lot of people who want to renew this pilot program who want to make it easier.
No, make it difficult.
No, make it difficult as all hell. As a matter of fact, let's make sure. And boy, a number of our phone calls yesterday, Dre, before you got here, hit the nail on the head. Showtime said this great. Let's make sure that you actually have an exemplary four-wheel driving record before you ever even breathe about that.
Yeah.
That it's like you have to get your learner's permit. You have to basically do everything at the earliest possible point, because there are people. And I wish they would stop saying, "What about military veterans, dude? What military veteran at 19 is leaving the service?" I mean, it's like
unless they're discharged.
That's just ridiculous. It's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And it's like, we got to make an exception for military veterans at 20. What did the guy lie to get in the service and put in 3 years or something? What are you talking about? You numbnut. Okay, that's enough of that. But the idea that it's like, I got my driver's license, I got my permit at 15, my driver's license at 16. It used to be 14, 15. Whatever happened to those days? Love those days.
Dude, I was right at the cutoff.
Give me my keys. But you get your permit, you get your driver's license. And then I think you have to have some kind of high school certification. If, in fact, you have those three things in place, an exemplary driving record, a high school certification from some supply chain program, then let's talk about this pilot program, put you in place. Not that the one that exists now is bad, but let's amp it up.
Yeah.
Let's create a generation of truck drivers, because if you get a kid who has been a certified program, he or she then understands their value. This is my problem. It's my problem.
It's his problem, guys.
My problem is the fact that, is this an attempt to create a new generation of truckers, or is this an attempt to undercut wages?
Ooh, both.
No, it's not. I wish it was. I mean, even both is a conversation worth having, because then you get the old timers talking to the new timers and being like, "Dude, you're not getting paid enough."
I'll take B for 500, Alex.
Yeah, I just want some churning burners.
Yeah.
I want to get these kids in and out of here. We need a new generation of drivers. No, we do. But yes, that's what you want. You want cheap wages, dude.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
Cheapskate.
You're a cheapskate, man. You just want to churn and burn. Come on, give me a break.
Ooh, I want a shirt that says that.
By the way, this weekend coming up, and last weekend and the last couple of days over in Lindsay land, is just a great reminder. Is a great reminder of some of the challenges that people that young would face.
Yeah.
Straight up would face with interstate driving. Conditions were growing more dire in parts of the South, still reeling from sub-freezing temperatures and widespread power outages as vehicles got stranded. Oh my God, we're almost out of time. Got stranded for hours on major highways, and officials warned Wednesday that the Pepples stuck at home were running out of food, medicine, and other essentials. That's the word of the AP out of Jackson, Mississippi. This was updated as of yesterday at 6:41 p.m. This is the story from the AP. Mississippi dispatched 135 snowplows and National Guard troops equipped with wreckers to sections of Interstate 55 and 22, gridlocked by vehicles abandoned in the state's ice-stricken northern region. Tens of thousands of homes and businesses remained without power as cold daytime temperatures sunk below freezing overnight in a region unaccustomed and ill-equipped for such weather. Cars and semis trying to navigate the frozen highways single file began getting stuck on Tuesday. No injuries as of this moment from that particular area were reported, the Mississippi Department of Public Safety said, but one driver told the AP she feared she might freeze to death on I-22 when her car sat idle for more than 14 hours.
Man, my brother was in that situation over there in Jackson because he lives right outside that area. He has a barbershop in Madison. He has another one. I forgot the town near where he lives. And I think he was going back and forth from each one because he usually just goes to the one close to his house. And he had to help, he had two situations where he helped someone because he has a big old truck, but he also took defensive driving. He knows what to do. He's in his 50s, and he's had every type of job. But, yeah, he basically jumped out there and helped, I think, a young woman and then a young man that I guess they had to get to work or they were trying to go somewhere or they were trying to see somebody, you know what I'm saying? And he jumped out there and helped them out. And that was crazy that he told me that situation you just told me about how these trucks are getting out there and being like, nah, man, we're clearing these roads.
Yeah, we're getting these roads clear, by the way. 78-year-old Samantha Lewis was the one who was actually talking to the AP. There was nowhere to go, nothing to do, no one to save us. The growing misery and anxiety comes amid what Mississippi officials say is the state's worst winter storm in more than 30 years. 332,000 homes and businesses in the Magnolia State remain without power on Wednesday. The vast majority of them in Tennessee and Mississippi. That whole area up there, if you get to northern Mississippi, that's Memphis. Those are Memphis suburbs, man. Memphis is getting kicked in the ass. The 40 is just a mess. Go ahead.
Dude, I was supposed to go see my brother this weekend and help him cut some trees. And my brother Aaron and I were both to go up there and help him because prepping him for the rodeo, getting wood for everything for the rodeo. And we're like, so are we going to wear warm clothes and be out there cutting trees, or what's the deal? And he's like, I got to work Saturday. And then, y'all come on Sunday. I'm off Monday. I'm like, you didn't answer my question.
Yeah,
are we going to be working?
Yeah, it ain't the wine mixer, dude.
It ain't the Catalina wine mixer, man.
The Catalina wine mixer.
Pow!
Pow! Pow! Pow! That ain't happening, dude. Hardin County, Tennessee, here's the word, at the Mississippi state line. I've been there, by the way, for a couple of trucking events. Many people remain trapped in homes without electricity because of roads made impassable by ice and fallen trees, said Lorraine Slinger, the county's emergency management director. Slinger said people who were prepared to manage a couple of days without power can't go much longer without help. People were set up to go, dude. Set up to go. They're cold. They don't have power. They don't have heat. They're out of propane products. They're out of wood. They're out of kerosene for their kerosene heaters. They have no food. They have no additional fuel for their alternative heating sources. So they're needing out. I love that expression, by the way. It's a very Mississippi, Tennessee expression. They're needing out. In Northeast Mississippi, emergency managers in Alcorn County were also receiving calls of desperation. Folks is running out of food, water, medication, and other supplies, said Evan Gibbons. This is why you listen. Listen to me. I don't know why I'm telling you people. You people know. I mean, Marshall knows. I mean, Joe J knows. I mean, This is why I told you guys, it's your fault. Everybody listening right now, it's your fault. I told you people to call the morons in your life. I told you. All jokes aside, we do have a responsibility to our fellow man. This is why I always remind people to call. Look, I've said it before, I'll say it again. There isn't a single person in that chat right now. I know all you guys well. You guys are Boy Scouts. You are always prepared. You're groovy Von Groovesteins. This is why I always encourage you to make a list of the morons. And I mean that with love in my heart for those people. But there are people, I'll be fine. Oh, I got a flat of water.
Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, I got a flat of water. Oh, hey, everybody. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Again. Nothing up my sleeve. Presto. Got to get a new hat. Got to get a new show, by the way. We got a great guest coming up here. We're talking Civil War. No, calm down. Not that kind of Civil War. It's a great book about the Civil War, and then immediately after that, we're talking Washington Trucking Week here on Road Gang Radio. Hope you are wired in tight. Tom Zoellner is going to be joining us. The road was full of thorns, running towards freedom in the American Civil War. It's a really good book, by the way. About Abe Lincoln and a whole bunch of other stuff, too. We'll be right back. Road Gang Radio continues. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch, especially if it's a snowbank. Go help somebody who's in need.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Thursday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
We are working on getting Tom on the phone. Just to kind of let you guys know, give you all a big heads up. Lindsay is desperately trying to figure out a way to get on the air with us. She's been reaching out to us over the course of the morning. I've told her point blank, if she can't do it, she can't do it. We understand and we love her. But good God Almighty, this is the job. This is the job. A frozen road, a bit of ice, some problems. You keep figuring out ways to be on the air. You're there for us, so we're there for you. I was telling you guys about what's going on in Northeast Mississippi and across Tennessee in general. We are doing everything we possibly can, said Evan Gibbons, the emergency agency's director for Alcorn County, Mississippi. He said dispatchers who've been sleeping at work since Friday have fielded more than 2,000 calls. And then Gibbons also noted that 200 people were staying at a local arena being used as a warming shelter. Starting to get the picture, guys. 100,000 outages remained in Nashville, Tennessee, where downed trees and snapped power lines blocked access to some areas. Utility workers will need at least the weekend, if not longer. The weekend? Good God Almighty, to restore power? Said Brent Baker, a Nashville Electric Service Vice President. I said, good God Almighty. The issue at play here, guys, what is so difficult is that it's going to get colder this weekend. There's something really nasty in the woodshed that's coming our way. Forecasters say that sub-freezing weather is going to persist in the eastern U.S. into February, with a new influx of Arctic air, as I said, arriving this weekend. There's a growing chance for heavy snow in the Carolinas and Virginia. We're going to have to check in on our friend from yesterday, Mr. Kazoo. Hope it doesn't make it down that far.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service, you know those guys, said chances of additional significant snowfall are low in places like Nashville, but weekend temperatures will reach dangerously low single digits with wind chills below zero. Once again, I'm going to say it again. I love you guys. You guys are the best at this. No one does this better than you guys except for EMTs.
Yeah.
That's it. And many of you are EMTs. Many of you are volunteer firemen. Many of you are volunteer first responders, volunteer policemen, actual policemen. Nobody does this better. Don't look down on people who don't know how to do this stuff. Help them. Call people and say, look, there's a lot of places that today and tomorrow are going to get a reprieve. And I don't mean it's going to warm up, but it ain't going to be sub-freezing temperatures. They have a little bit of room to maneuver here. Tell them to make a list. And what I would really do is, if you have people that have access to a Walmart, people that have access to being able to place an order online and go pick it up. That's one of the smartest things, if in fact they have access to that kind of stuff. Don't go be part of the store and pulling stuff off the shelves and being in it. Figure out what you need for a good week. This is what you can tell them. And to get their butts down there, pick up their deliveries, and get the hell out of there. They should have taken care of it earlier. They should have been ready for it. We can say all that kind of stuff. There are people out there who are hurting. If you know anybody that can help, reach out to them. Tell them to go help. If you know anybody who needs help, send people who can help in the direction of those who need it, by the way. The impasse, by the way, it was a frozen night on the highway. The impasse on Mississippi interstates began Tuesday when drivers began using a single lane and the state's transportation agency had tried to keep open for emergency vehicles. I done warned people about this, man. We talked about this. Cars and semi-trucks began to get stuck, the Department of Transportation spokesperson David Caney said. The blocked highways were making it harder for authorities to distribute emergency supplies. Scott Simmons, spokesperson for the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, said its drivers were having to find alternate routes to avoid the backups. Lewis said she and her friend Catherine Muldoon were driving through Mississippi on a trip from Florida to Oklahoma when they got stuck on I-22 about noon on Tuesday. Cars and trucks were backed up in a single lane. For hours, they would turn on the car for 15 minutes to warm up and then shut it off for 45 minutes to conserve fuel. Finally, at 3:30 a.m. Wednesday, they followed a pickup truck on one of the ice-covered traffic-free lanes and reached a gas station. I've been in this situation before. It was extremely frightening, Muldoon said. If we didn't have the blankets and clothing we had, we would have been in dire straits. All passenger vehicles were finally cleared from the frozen highways at 3 a.m. Wednesday, according to the Mississippi Department of Public Safety. But there remained long lines of commercial trucks still awaiting removal hours later. In the small community of Red Banks, Mississippi, this is according to the AP guys, by the way, local authorities were asking people with all-terrain vehicles to bring water, food, blankets, or gas to stranded motorists, said Lacey Clancy, who works at a cafe near I-22 and neighboring Highway 178. I would really like it, by the way, if people would explain to me how when people are stuck on a road, how it is exactly you deliver to them.
Yeah. How?
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
This is what the problem is. This is why you should not go out in this kind of way. They tell you you're done, you're done. You are not the exception. You are not a special snowflake. Are you delivering something that's going to save somebody's life? Are you a first responder? If the answer is no, stay off the damn roads. I mean, it's like, it's funny, but it's the absolute truth.
No, it's
right?
100% true.
I mean, this is what Clancy said during a phone interview to the AP. The highway kind of looks like a parking lot. Kind of, it is a parking lot. A lot of people have run out of gas and abandoned their vehicles. Angie Gresham, that's the thing, you abandon your vehicle. Where are you going?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you get into a bus, you get into an emergency vehicle, I understand. Where are you going? What are you doing? Angie Gresham, who lives nearby Holly Springs, Mississippi, said hundreds of stranded vehicles were lining I-22 as well as streets in the city. She said stranded truck drivers were searching for stores and restaurants that had power. They're just trying to survive. By the way, this story that I just kind of shared with you, this is, Sophie Bates, Jeff Martin, and Russ Bynum were all across the country. That's why they're able to kind of cover so many things. That story was pulled together. It can be found on AP News. And the headline, of course, is brutal. Worries deepen in U.S. South after days of grappling with snow, ice, and widespread outages. And there it is right there. There's the truth of the matter. Everybody thinks they're the special snowflake who's headed in one direction or another. That's the reality of it. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Have you ever been stuck in a bad situation like that? It's okay if you have. Everybody gets one. I always say everybody gets one where they're never going to do it again. I got one, but I want to hear yours.
No, you go first and I'll go.
We got under a bridge one time during a flash flood. I kid you not. We got under a bridge during a flash flood. That actually happened. What an idiot. And the water began to come up around me, and I went, this is how people drown.
Yeah.
And then for some miraculous reason, we started moving again. And we shouldn't have. I don't know what happened. We got from under the bypass. It was one of those bypasses you get under with it. It says, like, be careful in rain, tends to flood. And it began to rise up. And it was just starting to seep into the car when we drove out of it. And I remember thinking, this is how this happens. Don't ever be in this situation again. Check your weather daily. Check it daily. If you live in a place, check it daily. You never know what you're going into.
Yeah.
Unless you walk out and it's blue skies and beautiful sun and 72 degrees. Check your weather daily.
Yeah, I had to learn the hard way a couple times as well with just growing up in the bayou and just having small vehicles, just having Hondas and Scions, and then now I have a Jeep, and it's like, all right, I'm a little bit more prepared. I'm also older, and I learned from those things, so I'm like, all right, I'm checking my weather, and I'm also seeing what's going on with certain areas that are prone to flooding a lot. So not going to let that happen again.
No, I'm not going to let it happen again. By the way, Marshall actually points out, and he's correct, by the way. They have chains and four-wheel drive, and they go help deliver food. I'm not concerned about them. I'm just saying, look what you've done. Look what those people have done. They have put people in the worst of positions, Trey. Is that those emergency people who are delivering food to you, they're people whose power goes out, and they're people who have genuine concerns that happen to them, okay? They need to be helped. When you put yourself out in those things around those people, I don't know why I'm telling this crowd this, though. They know this. Guys, it never hurts. It never hurts. Hey, can we sit down for a second at the beginning of a hurricane season? Can we sit down before the cold snap comes? Can we have a conversation about what it is you should do? Hey, man, I don't know if you know this. There's some bad weather coming this week. Yeah, it'll be okay. No, you won't. Let's go to Walmart and get you some water. Let's go get some dry goods. Let's go get some healthy snacks. Let's give you something that's going to give you a little protein. We got a phone call, do we not?
Yes, sir. I'm going to try to get our guest because he called me back, probably heard us talking and was like, hello, but Pack Rat is here.
Hey, Pack Rat. Good morning. What's going on, brother?
Hey, Jimmy Mac. Great. Well, I'm in Iowa now, and it's green here.
It's green?
Yes. A little chilly, but about 16, which is...
Go on.
Oh, okay, no, I said a little chilly. It's about 16, but for those south of the Mason-Dixon, that would be frosty. But for us Canadians, that's balmy.
Yeah, well, the thing is, too, what's happening down there is the fact that you've still got that freeze, and the bigger problem is the fact that they've got another cold snap coming, which means they've got to move really fast over the next day.
Oh,
the big thing is I mean, by the way, they are worried, by the way, that there's going to be a push of snow into the Carolinas. That's the big thing, and the fact is that it's going to be 21 degrees here in the city of New Orleans on Saturday. So I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, I said, listen, I'm like, dude, by the way, can I tell you, I love my mom, by the way. Last night when I got home, you know what she had for us? She had homemade tomato soup with Parmesan in it. Oh my God! Oh my God! We had Italian loaf bread. Oh my God! I'm like going, why do you keep doing this for us? I mean, you're 82 years old. What are you doing? She's like, it's what I do. It's what I do. She said, if I keep doing this, I'll keep staying alive. You know, insisted on bringing. I had to walk into the kitchen and wrestle her for the bowl of soup. She's like, I'm gonna bring it to you. I'm like, don't bring it to me. Everybody, this is the big thing. People need to take care of this stuff right now. That's the big thing. When you get a reprieve, you do. Dre and I have talked about this. People confuse relief with reprieve. It's not the same thing. Relief is when you're free and clear. Reprieve is when somebody gives you a moment to get your affairs together. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people need to understand the next day and a half is a reprieve before Saturday shows up. Pack Rat, my guest actually has arrived. I wanted to tell you thank you for calling in. No, brother, it's great to hear from you. Be safe out there. Keep up the good work, all right, my friend?
Okay, Jimmy Mac, Dre, all the best.
All right. Let's pivot, Dre, to our guest. Our guest is here, correct? Can we do that? Let's fire away with some music. Here we go. By the way, Tom Zoellner is the author of 9 nonfiction books, including Island on Fire, The Revolt That Ended Slavery in the British Empire, the winner of the National Book Critics Circle Award for Best Nonfiction Book of 2020, and a finalist for the Bancroft Prize and the California Book Award. He works as a professor at Chapman University and Dartmouth College and as an editor-at-large for the Los Angeles Review of Books. If I tried to give you his entire resume that includes the Atlantic, Harper's, the American Scholar, the Oxford American, I could go on. If I attempted to do that and talk about his newspaper experience too, this would be a very short interview because the resume would go on that long. I will simply say that if you go on over to bookshop.org or the New Press, if you head over to either one of those two places, what you will find was The Road Was Full of Thorns, Running Towards Freedom in the American Civil War. Its author, Tom, joins us this morning. We are thrilled to have you. Good morning to you. How are you, sir? And congratulations on this wonderful book.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And as for the lengthy resume, that's kind of a tradition in academia to just be as long-winded as possible. So, I'm glad you cut it short.
Yeah, and by the way, it is impressive, as is this book, by the way. Let's kind of get into the particulars, because you're telling big history in a very, very micro way, because we're really looking at a bunch of very, very kind of small stories here that add up to a much bigger picture about the war. Can you kind of talk about how you decided to enter into this book and the filter you decided to come in through?
Sure. I mean, one of the enduring questions about the Civil War is why did Lincoln free the slaves? And ancillary to that is, too, I mean, did Lincoln even free the enslaved people? I mean, did he have any major role in this? And so you look at the individual stories of these folks who were enslaved, and you arrive at a much more complicated picture. It's not as though this was an undifferentiated mass of humanity. These were 4 million people who, in their own ways, when the Civil War broke out, realized that they had a chance to better their situation. And many of them took that opportunity by running like crazy towards the Union Army, which, I mean, this was a major turning point in the history of the continent. This is the first time that enslaved people were running towards the white men with guns, as opposed to away from them.
One of the really kind of cool things, and that you really kind of get into too, is because of this kind of the actions of officers confiscating property, quote unquote, the actions of these people who yearned to be free, making their moves, and the stories that they told, and the stories that got back to regular citizens and some very, very connected citizens. The story you tell about Lincoln and the story that leads to the decision, it's not this plenipotentiary decision of like being magnanimous and being like, I must free the slaves. It is a very complex series of grassroots pressure that lead to a very, very thought out and I would say difficult decision in many ways, because there's a lot of worries that this may backfire. There's a lot of worries how this will play out. It actually is taking a giant leap into the great unknown, and it really is the story of American citizens understanding that they had a right to appeal and pressure and move policy as individuals, and sometimes with individuals who didn't have that much power, and that really becomes the mosaic of which you kind of construct this tale. So did you begin to sense a pattern of the events that kind of lead to this momentous decision?
Sure. I mean, I think you hit on it with the word magnanimity. Lincoln was a lawyer. Lincoln was a tactician. Lincoln wanted to win the war, and Lincoln was in many ways a very short-term thinker in terms of what's going to bleed the Confederacy here. What can we do to sap these guys of their strength? And one of the major things you could do was steal their source of labor, which is to say, all right, you treat human beings as property. We will too. We're going to deem them contraband of war, and we would no sooner give an escaped enslaved person back to you than we would hand you back a rifle that you dropped. This is a serious asset here, and there's good evidence that I think I lay out in my book that if Lincoln hadn't done this, if this hadn't been federal policy, the war would have dragged on 2-3 more years.
Yeah, and by the way, it's like I said, one of the things that's so much fun about the book is that it's these little events that then get picked up by local newspapers, national newspapers, small politicians, bigger politicians, and each one of them becomes kind of a spin point that creates national pressure that Lincoln actually uses, along with being a lawyer. He's a masterful politician, that he's able to kind of sometimes take some of the pressures and turn it to his advantage by making a better case both within the people who are trying to dissuade him from this, but also make a case to kind of tell a wary nation who are worried about the implications of this. But it really is, were there any stories in particular, like I said, there's a lot of discovery that goes on in here, but were there any stories in particular that really grabbed you, where you were like, I did not know that, and I want to dig more, and the more you found out about it, the more you realized that there was this remarkable kind of untold story about the fabric of America?
No question. I mean, it was very easy in 1860s America in the North to be anti-slavery. That was a reasonably common position, but it's not as though you were some great humanitarian. It's that you were, for economic reasons. You didn't want these aristocrats with these big swarm of free labor, forced labor moving into Western territories and taking away that land, taking away the really best land that you would want for your small farm. And you kind of wanted Jeffersonian plots of 40 acres here, and not these grand estates and the new territories of Kansas and Nebraska. And so you could be just as racist as the worst Southerner and be anti-slavery. That was a different thing to be an abolitionist. Those were the kind of the cranks of the North. They were those weirdos in Boston that, just had their head in the clouds. There's just no way that you're going to force the South to get rid of this. But what happened as the Civil War began to unfold? A lot of these guys from upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, they're in the Union Army either through their own volition or through conscription. Suddenly, they're seeing these enslaved people running into their camp, and they're gonna feed them and clothe them, and in some cases after 1863 put a blue uniform on them and serve alongside them as fellow soldiers. And this has this humanizing effect that slavery becomes not an abstraction. You actually see the scars on their backs, you hear their stories. And, for some of these guys from northern farm towns, this is the first time they've ever conversed with an African American. And this begins to really drive in this crackpot theory of abolition, and folks begin to kind of wake up to the fact that, this guy really is my brother. And, maybe those crazy Bostonians had a point.
On a very unrelated issue, but kind of bringing home what you've just said, my uncle Michael was at Way City in Vietnam, and he always told my dad that nothing cured him of his racism more than fighting block for block with men of different color. And that lesson is learned over and over again, that the American military is so often ahead of the curve in regards to kind of changing the way we integrate and react as a society. That's a big point of a lot of what goes on in this book. And you've made the point as well too that so many people were opposed to slavery because they were free soilers. Is that there is nothing great about having a separate economy underneath you that is the fastest growing in the world, because they don't have to pay for their labor. And in many ways, you can make a case, as many people have, that this is part 3 of the American Revolution. The first part is get out, the second part is stay out, and then the third part is take these traditions that have been brought here, that you guys brought here in the past, and remove them as well. There's a really interesting point of the book. I just wanted to kind of tell people that you actually look at Shakespeare's The Tempest for a brief moment in a filter to kind of explain slavery as an institution and the imagination that brings it over. Can you kind of unpack that for us?
Sure. I mean, the conventional view of history is that North American continental history is that the racist European powers kind of brought their slavery with them, and this was sewn into the American fabric from the start, particularly the Spanish and the British. But there's good evidence to suggest that the British in particular saw the continent as a place not to do this, that this was going to be tabula rasa for them to create a more ideal society, and that that slavery was a sin of the Spanish that they weren't going to repeat. And hence William Shakespeare, who was writing around the same time as the founding of the Virginia colony and The Tempest, he begins to imagine this, through some of his characters' voices, this idea of this new country where this kind of thing wouldn't happen, and that there would be a bit of a utopia. And now that's obviously fanciful, and as the history of the Virginia colony unfolded, slavery did creep into customs and laws, and this gets back to that short-term thinking. It wasn't as though there was a grand plan to create this society swarming with enslaved people. It was that you needed someone to pick the tobacco, and here come these ships constantly from the Spanish Caribbean, and they've got enslaved people as cargo, and so let's trade for them, and then let's find a way to kind of bake this into our legal code. And that's the way that slavery crept into the American economy.
Well, and there's also, and I had this thought while going through the book too, is that it's this unavoidable American thing. There's things about this place that are just fantastic, and there are other things like the idea that it's like, well, I'd like to be like that. And there is this kind of urge that happens in Virginia, South Carolina, and a few other places in particular, where you get this sense of there's no way I could ever have been a noble or a lord with my own estate and vassals to serve me if I was back over in England. But I can sure create that simulacra over here in this open and wide world. The utopia you talk about, where they continue to wrestle with it, is in the form of those abolitionists, those folks that are in the New England Northeast, who really are kind of like, I guess you would call them the idea people, the idealist of the coalition that fights on the side of the North as well, as opposed to the majority of the Army of Potomac, which if, you can make a case that it's all those Mideasterners, the boys from Ohio, the boys from Kentucky, the boys from Indiana, and all those places who just want those 40 acres as well, too. I mean, that's kind of the idea that this book also makes a point of looking at the world that Lincoln exists in as a coalition of separate interests that are looking to get rid of slavery for very, very different reasons. And I was kind of curious in regards to today, what lessons can we learn about the idea of being in coalitions with people who you would normally not be caught dead with?
Sure. I mean, you might describe the entire country as that same coalition. There's, almost this sort of defensive ring, if you will, to the phrase United States. These were people who came over to settle the continent from, different places in the British Isles, different places in the world with different ideas about what liberty means. And in the Virginia colony, these were very much Anglican businessmen, as you point out, who wanted to grow tobacco and, make a good living and perhaps aspire to being a new world version of a duke or an earl. Whereas, New England, there was much more of a religious mission behind it. And that idea of uneasy coalitions is within the founding of our country. We're seeing that today. This is in some sense our national unhappiness, nothing new. And as for the Civil War, yes, this was disparate groups, freed African American slaves, Northern abolitionists, the Union Army, Northern industrialists, free soilers, coming together to realize, all right, here's a way to crack the Confederacy open and win this war fast. And they did it. And then unfolds the unhappy story of Reconstruction, which is a whole nother book.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to make this really clear. We didn't get enough time to talk, or we're going to run out of time. I'm recommending this book highly. I want people to read it, but I'm also going to tell you there is a lot of stories about the most courageous stories of them all, those people who made the commitment to race to freedom. And without them, this story never gets going. The idea that those people would say, I want a better life than one that is as the enslaved vassal of a wealthy landowner. And those men and those women and their journeys to freedom are the precipitating kind of, I guess you would be like, you could make a case that their movement is as portentous and momentous as the shots at Fort Sumter. That the slaves race to freedom. Without that courage, we don't have this story. I want you to talk about that just for a moment, because then we got to let you go. But I really appreciate you making your time, no matter where it is you're freezing today. But tell people one or two stories about that, and then we got to go.
Sure. I mean, what astonishing courage. And I love what you said about this. It's the shots at Fort Sumter. This is the shot that you fired if you were enslaved. The book follows lightly the story of Henry Jarvis, a guy who worked for, as he put it, the meanest man on the eastern shore of Virginia. And he heard these rumors about something called the Freedom Fort, which was actually Fort Monroe on the Virginia Peninsula, this military installation. And the rumor was that among the enslaved people, you get there, you're free. They're gonna take care of you, and they're gonna keep you from slavery. And so he steals a skiff and makes the 35-mile journey across the Chesapeake Bay through a storm and lands at the Freedom Fort. He goes on to serve with the 54th Massachusetts, loses a leg in battle, goes to work after the war as a custodian at Fort Monroe, and that is a story of ordinary heroism that was replicated tens of thousands of times.
Tom Zoellner, by the way, is the author of this great book, The Road Was Full of Thorns, Running Towards Freedom in the American Civil War. You can find it, by the way, at bookshop.org or the New Press. Tom, thank you for your time. We'll get you back on the show at some point, talk about all the other marvelous books you've written and whatever you got cooking and coming up next. Thank you, man.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back on the other side of this and talk a little bit about Washington, D.C. You know, it never ends. Our good friend Collin Long is making his way over here, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling through the swamps in that beautiful city by the Potomac. We'll be right back on the other side of these messages. Go to truckdown.com. Hold on tight. Just don't hold on so tight that your hands stick to the cold pipes. We'll be right back. Thank you, Drag.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Lindsay is trying, and so are we, and we are here with the man, Jimmy Mack, from the Fast Sports Studios.
We're going to keep you up to date on what's going on around the country. There is some real messes in northern Mississippi and all throughout the great state of Tennessee. People over in South Carolina and North Carolina and the Virginia area are bracing themselves for something really nasty that's going to be heading their way over the weekend. There is a moment of respite if, in fact, the people you care about are able to get out today and get the new fresh supplies. I would advise them, if they can do it now, do it, because in about a day and a half, it's all going to be over again. It's going to get really flippin' cold. I mean, like brutal, like kick you in the tuchus cold. So hold on tight. Just don't hold on so tight that you freeze your hands on the pipes. Speaking of freezing on the pipes, by the way, Washington, D.C. is not much warmer these days, and we're going to check in with our good friend Collin Long here after this. We're going to look at the latest news from the Hill on Washington Trucking Week with our friends from the OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. And that means, regular contributor, reoccurring guest, and friend of the show, Collin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, joins us. We've missed you, buddy. It's been back-to-back weeks with no Collin. What's going on? Are you freezing your ass off?
I apologize. I am freezing my ass off a little. I've been stuck in the house for 4 or 5 days because DC is essentially struggling to emerge from this winter storm we had last weekend. They've been working hard, but There's still streets that haven't been plowed and sidewalks that are covered in a thick sheet of ice. So it's difficult to operate in DC right now.
Yeah, and I can only imagine, like I said, with the Doge cuts as well, that things are moving a little bit slower. Although I would guess that Washington D.C. might be a priority at some point to kind of take care of and get the ball rolling again. That being said, the business of government continues, and we wanted to get a chance to dive a little bit deeper about the ins and outs of what is going on in regards to parking possibilities and beyond. You feel good about stuff, right? I mean, you feel like I said, not home, not perfect, but there is a nice momentum right now, despite the deep freeze in every direction.
Yeah, I think overall we feel good. I think we felt better probably a week or two ago when the House passed this conglomerate of appropriations bills, which are federal spending bills for the various departments and agencies. That included the Department of Transportation, and the House's bill, included $200 million for truck parking, which we thought, hey, look at that, that's pretty great. I mean, it's not the type of money we're talking about in the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, but it's certainly a down payment on addressing the truck parking crisis in the country over the next year. Unfortunately, I don't think we're as positive about it, not because of anything going on in the world of transportation, but just because of what's going on in the larger world of the United States and the impact it's having on Congress's ability to pass this bill now. This bill's over in the Senate. The bill includes funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, how's that working out? How's that working out for everybody?
Oversees a few agencies that are in a little bit of hot water right now, to say the least. And the Democrats in the Senate have made it clear they're not voting for a bill that funds DHS without major reforms. So, unfortunately, because Congress can't pass these bills individually, like back in the day, and I'm not talking that long ago, the Department of Transportation's bill was a standalone spending bill. Congress passed it in the spring. It got signed into law. Everything was done before the deadline. Now, unfortunately, because of the loggerheads over just about every issue in Congress, they can't pass bills like that anymore. They have to, like I said, conglomerate them, throw them all together into one larger package. And as a result, the Department of Transportation bill, which houses this $200 million for truck parking, is caught up in the mess of the Department of Homeland Security. So we're still confident this will get done. Like I said, I mean, no one has problems with the transportation bill. No one has problems with the truck parking funding in that bill. So eventually we think it will get done, but no one knows exactly how this is going to play out in the Senate, and it's going to play out in the next 24 to 48 hours. So
well, and the other problem is
keeping a close eye on things.
Well, the other problem is too, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't just a Democrat problem anymore. This is Tom Tillis. This is Lisa Murkowski. This is a lot of other people who are like, yeah, we need to have a long conversation before anything gets done, which is so deeply frustrating because the idea that this is attached at all must be just want to pull your hair out. I just feel like it's a story of, I mean, it's like the people you're asking to, Louis Pugh talks about the idea of this is on the 5-yard line. We've talked about this with truck parking before. Yeah. I just want to say the people in charge, not you guys, but the people in charge, the actual representatives, the senators, the congressmen, have the worst red zone offense in the National Football League. Every time you get to the 5-yard line, it's like somebody fumbles the football, somebody fumbles the ball off their butt, somebody mishandles the snap. It's like, what is going on? I have never in my life seen a more cursed situation than appropriated money for parking in the U.S. Congress. It just feels like it's jinxed. It's like, what is going on? It's like, okay, all we got to do is we got the best running back in the country. Just hand the ball off. Why are you passing the football? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's where it feels like we are.
Totally.
I mean,
it's a good analogy because that's how we feel time and time again. This is not the only time we've felt like this. I mean, a few years ago, let's not forget the House of Representatives produced a highway bill, a surface transportation reauthorization bill that included $1 billion for truck parking, and we thought, my goodness, we're going to get this done. And that was 5 years ago, and ultimately it didn't happen. So now we're getting excited over a fraction of that being allocated for the remainder of the fiscal year. And now even that seems at risk. But ultimately, I think it will get done. I don't know when, I don't know how, but it's so non-controversial that it shouldn't get caught up. I think what we're ultimately keeping an eye on in the Senate over the next 24 hours is, do they separate the Department of Homeland Security spending bill from the other bills, including transportation, because they know it's just too controversial.
I'm not going to pull you into this, by the way, and this goes back, and this is every party, by the way, guys. The moment they introduced this department, and I got to tell you, this is one of those really rare moments, and I would ask every one of my listeners to go back and to check out the voices when they introduced DHS as a department. And the only reason it passed was because Tom Ridge was in charge of it, and everybody loved Tom Ridge. So, okay, if you're going to put somebody in charge of it, Tom Ridge is the guy to go with. And I know you in particular know who Tom Ridge is. People are like, okay, we can trust Tom Ridge. But there were a lot of people on the right and a lot of people on the left are like, look, we trust Tom Ridge too. Tom Ridge ain't always going to run this thing, and we're not in favor of it. This has been one of the great disasters of American policy across the board. Anybody that signed up for DHS ought to have their ass handed to them. You ain't got to back me up on that, by the way. I do these things so that I can die for everybody else's sins. But it's just, it always feels like the DHS, which has only existed since the events of 9/11, consistently is like a monkey wrench in everything else. Or am I just blowing smoke? Am I just full of it right now?
No, you're not wrong. I mean, I think from a trucker's perspective, we're still trying to figure out TWIC cards, aren't we? We've been talking about TWIC cards for, it feels like 20 years, and that's just one small portion of the DHS portfolio, but I know it's one that frustrates our members time and time again, and there's certainly, I don't want to say bigger fish, because TWIC cards can be a big deal for a trucker, but when you look at the world of DHS, there are certainly bigger fish to fry in today's world than the TWIC cards, but that shouldn't derail good progress on safety spending like the $200 million for truck parking. And unfortunately, that's kind of where we find ourselves right now. But again, I think they will pull it off. I think they're going to shave the Department of Homeland Security off.
Literally, they will pull it off. That's what they're going to do. They're going to pull it off by pulling it off, right? That's what the strategy is.
Pretty much. Yeah. And we might see a little bit of a shutdown. I mean, they have a deadline of midnight tomorrow. I don't think any sort of weekend shutdown will be noticed by truckers. The Department of Transportation is pretty insulated from that because most of their funding comes from the Highway Trust Fund. So even if there is a partial or temporary shutdown, I don't think we're really going to feel it. But, we would feel that $200 million of cash infusion into truck parking. So we do want to get this done, and we've made it very clear too. Appropriators and lawmakers in both chambers that we want to see this get over the finish line. And if it has to be removed from more contentious items, do it, because we can't keep waiting for investment in truck parking as the truck parking crisis worsens.
By the way, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? The people who always were like driver shortage. It's like you do realize. I want to tell these people you do realize that part of the reason why we have a truck parking shortage is because they believed you when they said there was a driver shortage. I just want
absolutely.
I just want to point this out. I do want to have a moment of rant about the TWIC card. I just want to have a moment because I don't think it is a small deal, because I think in a lot of ways my issues with DHS as somebody who is I'm a free soiler. I guess it's the best way to kind of describe me in terms of what I believe. And I just believe my biggest problem with I don't have a problem with the TWIC card. As a matter of fact, if the TWIC card really kind of emerged from the DOT, it might be okay. But I just feel like the Department of DHS is rapidly turning into, over the last 30 years or so, into a department of papers, please. I mean, the whole thing is just like literally credentialing people. It's just a series of people whose job it is to check people's papers and to check their cards. It's like this whole secret police force set up to check people's stuff. And the TWIC card is just a mess. It should be handled through the Department of Transportation. Once again, Collin, you need not comment on any of this stuff. I die for your sins.
Hey, when I started my career on Capitol Hill back in 2005, my first boss, Charlie Dent, was a member of the Homeland Security Committee, and it was kind of still in its infancy back then. And I remember all the headaches they went through, and unfortunately, 20 years later, not many of those headaches have been relieved. I think the department still has a lot of maturing and growing to do. I think some people, especially on the Democratic side, would like to see some serious reforms over there. And I think the American public is frankly there with them.
I really think
devil's in the details, but
yeah,
I think people are more aware now.
I think, and by the way, I'm actually going to make this bipartisan. I don't want to make anybody look like the good guys or the bad guys here. I think that there's a real sense that the DHS has gotten. It's about time. I mean, it's one of those places where, like with the IRS in the 90s. And by the way, guys, I don't know if you know this. If you think the IRS is a pain in the ass now, you should see what the IRS was like during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, man. It was like, I mean, there's a reason why Nixon used to threaten it on people. These things can be reformed. These things can be kind of cleaned up and taken care of. And there is a need, of course, for Homeland Security. Nobody, certainly not myself and certainly not Collin, are not saying that. But there's a lot of conversations to be had about this kind of stuff. Let me ask you, you know I'm a big fan of process. So we're talking about the idea of getting this detached, separating the two. Because I think that there's a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that really do want to take care of the stuff that we're talking about here, the practical stuff, that $200 million. How do we do it? That's the question. How do we do it? How do they go about the business of detaching the stuff that absolutely needs to get through while still having the fight over DHS?
You know, we're going to find out today. The bill's going to come up in the Senate. We know it doesn't have the votes to pass with the DHS component included. So I think in a matter of hours, they will hopefully determine how to get this over the finish line, how to get both bills, frankly, because I think it's going to come down to a split in this one conglomerate. How do they get the one with the non-controversials, like transportation, over the finish line? That's pretty easy. I don't think anyone's going to be voting against that if DHS is removed. I don't know how they get DHS over the finish line without some significant reforms. And we're only talking about the Senate right now. We can't forget that the House, with any changes made to any of these bills, would have to reconvene next week and pass them before the president can sign them into law. And that puts us over the deadline. The deadline's midnight on Friday. So any changes to that DHS bill will cause some sort of a shutdown, likely, around midnight on Friday.
But it's okay. It's okay because the Speaker
right?
of the House is such an independent thinker. He does only what he wants to do, and he never takes any orders from anybody. And so he will just be absolutely able to make sure all this happens for you guys. Sorry. I'm doing that thing again. I shouldn't do. I know that half the people who listen to you over in in Grain Valley go, "Well, God, we love Jimmy Mack," and the other half will go, "Would he please shut up? Would he please stop?"
No,
talking?
I wouldn't worry about that.
But okay,
I'm sure they're listening now.
but my question for you though is what can our listeners do? This is one of those places where this is such a short window. What can your members do? What can your listeners do? Is there any last-minute pressures? Anybody they can reach out to? Anything that the rank and file of OOIDA and the rank and file of the men and women who drive this country forward, what can they do at this late hour?
The best thing to do is to reach out to your Senate offices. You've got two of them. Let them know you support the $200 million for truck parking. Remind them that there is a truck parking shortage, a crisis in our country, and this is what we've considered a down payment on addressing it, because Congress isn't off the hook just by passing this $200 million. They still need to come through in the next highway bill and include the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. So we got to keep their eye on the prize, and the prize is, a massive cash infusion into grants that build out truck parking capacity. That's the only way we're going to solve it. I know some folks don't want to see the federal government investing hundreds of millions of dollars into new programs, but Congress has to respond to the needs of their constituents, and this is a major need for anyone who makes their living on the road. So we believe we're in a good position to do it. We could use that air support from members talking to their lawmakers in Washington, reminding them that there is still a crisis and it needs to be addressed, and the best way to do it is to have the federal government take a lead in investing.
Yeah, and it's like I said, the thing is you can always sometimes, and like I said, all of this stuff these days, everything just kind of passes by the hair of its chinny chin chin. And so we were talking about this with the book that we had on earlier about the Civil War, about the idea that people have no idea how citizens actually helped influence the Emancipation Proclamation. That's what that whole book was about. The smallest of citizens, the smallest of courageous acts, pushed Lincoln one step closer. And while I realize we're not talking about the Emancipation Proclamation here, we're just talking about some parking spots, which in many ways would emancipate a lot of people out there on the road and give them a better lifestyle and maybe keep them safe. That one citizen's phone call to one staffer could actually be the thing that nobody realizes turned the tide or tipped the scales in that one last inch that gets there. Speaking of that, there's also a conversation to be had about English language proficiency violations and to make the out of service component a law and not just an executive action from the FMCSA, right?
Yeah, that's included in this Department of Transportation spending bill as well, which is why we like it even more. I think it's kind of a mixed bag to have Congress determining what out of service criteria is, because that can come back and bite us under future Congresses. But for this one, I think the need is pretty imminent that we got to return ELP to out of service criteria because of the type of effects it's having on our highways as far as safety is concerned. So we're pleased that provision is in there. We think it's another good reason to get this bill passed and to potentially free it from controversy involving other departments and agencies, because we've been working on English language proficiency for a while. We've gotten good steps in the right direction. The Trump administration has taken aggressive steps towards enforcement, which is great, but we want to make it permanent so that can't be undone in future administrations, and that's what's included in this bill. So it's kind of a sweetener to $200 million for truck parking to have English language proficiency enforcement included as well.
You opened the door on this, so I'm going to actually ask this question. Don't worry, it isn't a tough one. It's just I want you to explicate this a little bit. You talk about the idea that the worry is about it coming back to bite you in the ass, not with this particular thing at all, because this idea, if this gets codified, that's a good thing. How do you indemnify yourself against exactly what's happening here in what I would call the dark side of that universe, where somebody says we're going to pass something that you guys are absolutely opposed to, and they're able in the midst of crisis to kind of bull rush something through that then the executive is then legally required to enforce? How do you set up the English language proficiency in such a way, saying nope, this is the exception that proves the rule, or this is not like other things that might fall under the same kind of umbrella? Do you follow me? I always worry about unintended consequences. That's all.
Yeah, I think it'll be a challenge, certainly, but when we look at what the other half of the equation could be that we don't like, it's usually going to be mandates. And I think mandates cut a little bit differently than returning something to the books as an out-of-service violation. I think that's the argument we will make, because there won't be a dramatic cost impact to stakeholders. There won't be technology concerns involving, is the technology ready, like we've seen with things like AUV. I mean, we can make a decent argument that out of service criteria shouldn't be something Congress is determining. I think this one is a little unique because it's kind of a return to where we had been previously. So we're just trying to correct an error of the past, not introduce new policies via appropriations. And frankly, I think that's a compelling argument too, that these are issues that should traditionally be settled within the committees of jurisdiction, in this case the Transportation Committee, not necessarily included in spending bills.
Well said, by the way. Just to kind of repeat back what I think you just told me, you tell me if I get it right.
Sure.
In the sense of the English language proficiency, that is something that actually falls under the purview of the committee, whereas mandating an ELD is actually a policy decision in regards to, one of them actually sets up a situation for a safer highway. The other one actually sets up a situation where you're mandating something. I'm not really sure. This is where I'm trying to kind of split the hair. I get what you're saying. Just want to make sure I'm clear on it. The idea that mandating English is not the same thing as mandating an electronic login device. It's,
Exactly.
I mean, that's at the most basic level here. We're talking about you need to be able to speak English. We're going to codify that. That is not the business of the FMCSA. ELDs, on the other hand, you cannot pass a law saying everybody has to have one. You can't do that. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better than I said it. Yes.
Okay. I think you can make that case too. I mean, by the way, you got to say it the way you said it. You got to say falling under the committee's purview, and I think the idea of English, English language proficiency as being under the committee's purview is a good point. That basically, if I understand this correctly, too, what they're doing is they're saying the thing is on the books, you need to enforce it. It is Congress essentially passing a law demanding that the FMCSA enforce what is there.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's a very different thing because ELDs can go away.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got you.
good point.
I understand. I understand. I got it. Good luck. Good luck when some big manufacturer shows up and has a little walk around money. But I think you're right. I do think you're right. Okay. So with the world still frozen in deep freeze, and this must be where all your attention is.
Yeah.
How is anything getting done in the town that is basically frozen over? I mean, how?
Well, all the actions in the Senate, the House isn't even in session, which is causing some more wrinkles to this appropriations issue involving funding. So the whole name of the game is over in the Senate right now. That's what everyone's watching closely, and it's all going to unfold here in the next, like I said, 24 to 48 hours because they have that midnight deadline on Friday. So we're going to know pretty quickly. Well, knock on wood.
Hey, by the way, if you know before this show is over with, can you give me a promise that you'll call me up and say, "Hey, man, it happened"? I mean, it's not going to, but will you promise to call me if something happens?
Yes, if the $200 million in truck parking money gets approved by the Senate and signed into law by the president, you will certainly be hearing from OOIDA. I think everyone will be hearing from OOIDA because we view that as kind of a watershed moment in our quest to really fully address the truck parking crisis across the country. It's not the be-all, end-all. We're going to need more after that, but it sets us up nicely to start gaining more momentum for a longer-term solution, which is what is absolutely required.
By the way, I'm going to keep on repeating this too because Collin has said it, guys. If you want to make sure you talk about this correctly, it's a down payment. It's not the touchdown. This is not the victory. This is the down payment, and that's the way you guys are looking at it. It's like we'd like the billion. We'll take 1/10. We'll take a little bit of that before we kind of get going.
Deposit.
Yeah, this is the deposit. This is the deposit, and we'll see you on the other side. And we'll see you on the other side too, my friend. I want you to be careful. I know you have no weekend plans other than staying flipping warm.
Oh.
Good God Almighty, dude. Good God Almighty. It must be brutal up there. I can't even imagine. Is the Potomac frozen?
I wish I could tell you. I haven't left my apartment since Saturday.
I don't blame you. You stay inside. By the way, my mom yesterday made us tomato soup with Parmesan cheese in it. She made it.
Ooh.
And, dude, it was so good. So get yourself some soup, huddle with people you love, get through this, and we'll talk at you either next week or the week after. Thank you, Collin.
Sounds good. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, brother. FightingForTruckers.com. Go fight for truckers. Go make that happen, by the way, guys. Seriously, you do have a little bit of time to call your senator's office, call your congressman's office. Just let them know. Call your congresswoman. Say, hey, man, come on. We need that 200 million big ones. 200 million big ones. They're throwing money around there like drunken sailors. You can't give me a little pocket money? How about a little pocket money?
Little pocket money?
Little pocket money, a little walk around pocket money. Just want some pocket money. Come on, man. Give me some pocket money. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm going to say. That's all OOIDA is saying, actually. They just want a little parking money. They want people to be able to speak English when they park their cars. That's all they're asking for these days. We ask for so little, and they give us so much less. We're going to take a quick break here. Dre, come back on the other side. Our good friend Lindsay, we're going to see. She's going down the street. We got her. Let's go. Lindsay's coming. Look busy. Roll out the red carpet. Oh, my God. Send help. Well, help is on the way. Help is on the way here to Road Gang Radio. Help is on the way to you guys as well, too. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to get some coffee. I'll be right back with Lindsay.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, James Rawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Thursday.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Oh.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Lindsay's here. Lindsay's here. She made it. You made it. How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. Everything's awesome. Good Lord.
Oh, my
Someone shoot me. Take me back to Belize. It's, well, I'm here. Let's start with that. I'm here, and Jim, in this first segment, after I give you an update, I want to talk to you about perspective, because I've had a fascinating perspective lately, and I think it helps that I went from one extreme to another. You know what I'm saying? Hi, good morning.
Good morning, by the way. It's been crazy over there, man. I've been checking up. I mean, I've been following what's going on in regards to the AP reports and the local news reports. Holy Mary, Mother of God. And you got to brace up for it again on Saturday, because it's coming again. Not the snow, but the cold.
It's coming again. And here's what's interesting. So, you know, we're making history over here in the way that nobody really wants to. It's also strange to me that this is making history. And here's the thing, because we'll talk about my situation in a minute. But from a more general perspective, you know, we've had the rain, snow, sleet, ice. Ice was the kicker, which turned to like crazy power outages. That's being ranked among the worst U.S. winter storms of all time. Now, I find that interesting to say when you look outside. Like, outside looks bad because of the aftermath and ice, but I've also seen places way, way worse up north. So for this to be called one of the worst winter storms of all time is interesting. Of course, that's because of the outages and the aftermath, really, you know. And our mayor, Freddie McConnell, said that this is the worst that the National Electric Service has ever seen, NES, and it's their worst outage in history. So it started out more than 250,000 people had lost power for several days. My friend Chris Roberts, he's still without power. So I know, and my friend Amanda is still without power.
100,000 people.
As of yesterday.
At least.
Yeah, yesterday, 100,000 still. There have been several deaths. But what's funny is, Jim, is that, you know, the other like big storms, they said, in Middle Tennessee history were like back in 1892, 1929, 1966, and 1985, and now 2026. But to put 2026 up against 1892 when they didn't have the luxuries or comforts we had anyway, riddle me this. Is this more about the fact that we are used to our comforts and we don't get them now? That's kind of what we're saying, right?
Well, and part of it has been just, and I went on a rant this morning. I'll tell you right now, part of this is what's happening in northern Mississippi and around the Memphis area is pure stupidity. Why people went out on the road. I think people are like, well, I got my comforts and I got my power and I got my chargers and I got my phones and I got my, wait, I don't have anything anymore. I'm going to die out here. I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. You know, I mean, it's just like, you know, I think that there are things that used to happen that nobody knew about because nobody was there to experience them. And we have moved further out, relying on more technology. And now here we are freezing our tuchuses off because we're really not as connected as we thought we were. Sorry, rant over. Back on your heads.
No, I mean, it's totally right. When you think about what's crazy, Jim, is we were out without power for several days. Now, granted, I was on an island, so it was my husband who endured that. I got back after that. And then we were, you know, without water. Good news alert. We got water back this morning. So ding, 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 one positive. But without internet, I was almost like, man, I prefer water. I mean, I prefer to be out of water than internet because back to the comforts thing, we don't realize how much, like I was trying to Venmo a friend who went and got me a bunch of supplies because we couldn't get out of our house. She went and bought a bunch of stuff for us and just left it down at the end of the driveway. I couldn't even pay her back because my Venmo won't work because where I live, the only way that I get on my phone or any is, you know, is if I have reception. By the way, I'm coming to you live right now, Jim, from my parents moved yesterday. So I'm in their old house. I can be here till 11:30. That's when the new owner shows up. So literally until we get off air, I'm here, but there's nothing in the house. It's an empty house. And my dad had to bring his old internet box over to connect it so I could call in. I mean, it's just such a comedy of errors. But again, you just don't, it's two things, Jim. We don't think about how much we rely on the wonderful, the gifts that we have of technology until we don't have them. And also we rely on them too much, and that's a problem. So the perspective is like, I relied on it too much. I wasn't grateful for it when I had it. Now that I don't have it, I realize maybe I don't need it, ? It's a lot to unpack, I feel like.
Well, let me just tell you this, too. I've been without a car the last week because, you know, getting a part, you know, it's like really funny because I wrote the dealership that actually sent me the OEM part, and they wrote back, and they're like going, what do you think is going on up here, dude? And I'm like, I understand. I'm like, okay, just wanted to make sure that you got the order in the first place. I mean, dude, it's like we have become so dependent on the interconnectedness of the world. I walked home the other day, and I got to tell you, part of me was like, how badly do I need this car to use on a regular basis? How many other ways can I walk when I've been driving? You know, and those things kind of land on you too. That being said, right now you need a car. Right now you really need internet. Your job depends on it. You know, I mean, you need connectivity to be able to do it. You know, the fact is we have more people who have more jobs than ever before is because of all this technology. And if you take it away, you know, that's the other thing. Everybody gets to make a living. And a lot of people get to have more fulfilled lives making a living because we have more opportunities that these technologies have provided us. I mean, that's part of it as well, too. Can you take a phone call if I can somehow run the traffic properly? Because your arrival on this show lit our phone lines up. You want to take a call?
I'd love to chat because I'd love to hear people's thoughts and answer questions because I think there's some things people think of or don't think of, like Marshall over in the chat said, just get Starlink and Elon Musk to the rescue. I don't know if he's joking or not. A little bit of both, I know. But by the way, we can't get Starlink because of how my house is positioned in the trees. We're not able to get Starlink. My neighbor across the street has it, but we can't have it, which is an interesting thing as well. But yeah, let's take some calls and dive in.
Good morning. Who am I talking to? Ooh. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
We got Forrod and then Jody after.
Hey, Forrod.
Howdy, man. Hey, kind of a PSA. Not to toot my own horn or nothing, but a friend of mine and Jen, her husband died several years ago. Lightning ran in on her well pump. And then the storm really wiped her out. She has no electric, no power, no nothing. We found out about it. We went and got her, took her to another friend of ours' house that had space for her, got her set up warm and everything. But when you're doing that, something people don't think about is the person that you're helping's pride. You need to be mindful of their pride and not try to take over too much or do too much or force them into something, you know, you got to ease them into it. She's already wanting to go back to her house, but we're trying to keep her from going back to her house because it's just not safe. You need to put your love for that person and your caring ahead of everything else, and be mindful of their pride.
It's a really good point for because, you know, there's people in our neighborhood that, so I only know this when I get out of the neighborhood and can get on internet and see, but like for our neighborhood kind of Facebook page or whatever, people are commenting, you know, saying who's got this, who needs that, et cetera. But there's also people saying, hey, my parents or my mom is up on so-and-so road. Can anyone go check on her? Because that's the other thing. Some people are stuck in their homes and they can't drive. Like we couldn't for days get out of our driveway because of ice and trees blocking the road. So some people are stuck up there and also don't have service. So no one knows how to get to them or check on them. And so you're right. It's a good point to check on those, like take yourself out of the equation and check on other people. But you're right. When you get there, know that even without power, people don't want to leave their own home. People don't. It sucks being a burden on somebody else and living in somebody else's space, even if that's better than where you're at. So you're totally right. Don't just show up and start barking orders. Come at it from a place of, I am here to help you. What can I do from you? What can I do for you? Not, here's what I'm going to do for you. And be mindful of that. Great point.
That's exactly well made. And there's some strategies you can engage in to kind of do exactly what 4Art's talking about. Rather than yelling at somebody or talking to somebody like it's desperate measures and desperate times, to say, look, we want to get you back home too. I just need you to kind of take me through and reassure me what you're going to do to make sure that home is warm, because what I can't have is you not having enough supplies and you not being able to safely heat yourself in these conditions. So take me through what we have to do to get you back home. And often, if they articulate it, they will then realize, you know what, I need to stay here a little bit longer, don't I? Yeah. Is to always allow them the power to kind of draft their route back to their home, because in them saying it, as opposed to you talking sense into them, they'll often come to the conclusion themselves and be like, okay, look, we want to get you back in your house. You just got to tell me how I put you back in your house where I feel good about the fact that your fingers aren't going to freeze off. So just take me through it for a second. And that's one of the ways you can do it. Allow them to understand that they have the power to go home, but then they've got to do the steps to get themselves back home. Often is a really kind of great approach as well. And that's a big difference. And to remind people that it's like also when people are going through grief, it's the same thing, is to say, look, I'm here for you. If you need me, you make that decision. I'm not going to insist on it, but you've got to make that decision to do this. But I'm telling you, at some point, if you make a decision, there's a point of no return where I can't get back to you. That's all I'm telling you. And that's often a good way to kind of go about doing it as well. Well done on you. Is this your friend down in Florida, by the way, or in Alabama, that right around there?
No, this is a local lady.
Okay. Because I know...
Not mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Debbie down in Florida is doing pretty good on her own. But
I figured.
I still get down there and see her every once in a while when I can.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice.
I've just dealt with a lot of loss, and I know how it is, and I've been down that road kind of before, so, but, you know.
And you know what? The other thing is, for you can, Jim, we can all appreciate this. Remember, too, that it's all relative. And I think sometimes I've noticed I've been doing this because I am, quote, unquote, right now worse off than a lot of my friends. And then, but I am nowhere near where some other people are. You know what I'm saying? And so... And then my parents they're in a whole other place where they were trying to move this week. And that seemed terrible to them that they couldn't move from their old house to the new house, which to some people would be an amazing problem to have. You know, some people that's like, I wish I had that problem. And so I just think it's important to remember that too. Like whatever anybody's going through, that's a big deal to them. It doesn't mean you have to poo-poo or play the one-up game or the martyr game. Or put them down because they're worse off. Like everybody's situation is the most important to them, and that's an important recall because you know I've quickly wanted to be to some people. Oh yeah, well I don't. You know, here's everything that's wrong with me, and we're all going through it in some way, shape, or form.
Lindsay,
and just let everybody do what they need.
Lindsay, no one's feet are colder than mine. I'm just going to say that right now.
I know. Thank you. You've got guts, Jimmy Mack. You've got guts.
I don't care.
With only one pair of socks. Bless you.
Do you know how hard it is? I mean, I know 4Art's taking care of people that he loves, and I know you've got sick family members, and I know you're trying to rally the troops. But, dude, do you know how hard it is to simply take care of myself? You have no idea the sacrifices I have made.
Listen, that's out. I'm not going to lie. Here I am. No water, no power, no internet, family with the flu. And I would take that over taking care of you, Jimmy Mack, any day.
Any day, by the way. And by the way, I'd make that recommendation. It's like, wait a second, dude. Wait a second. So the chips are down. Everything's against you. You've had stuff ripped off your house. People are dying from the flu. Why would you, in the right mind, leave all of that wonder to come over here and acknowledge my neuroses? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, never.
Never.
Hey, y'all. Jen's calling me on a break. I got to bounce.
Get out.
I have a safe trip.
Bye. We love
Safe
you.
travels. Love y'all.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, Lindsay, I don't know why you'd even walk away from the balmy conditions you're currently experiencing. I just have the only important question in your life right now, Lindsay, is why did you come back? Why?
I have no idea. Listen, if I didn't have a child, I wouldn't have, to be quite honest. Seamus would have had to fend for himself. Because here's the other thing, and then we'll take Jody's call if he's still there. But I know Seamus is not listening right now because we have no internet, and there's no way that he can. Bless him. It's almost like, he was on Freya duty for the week, and granted, some of that was without power, and they had to go to another house, all the things. It's like as soon as I got home, he got even sicker. It's magical how that happened. He started getting sick, but then when I got home, I mean, I hear him in the back room this morning like, like just moaning and groaning as if someone is back there beating the living shit out of him. And I'm like, good Lord. As I was running out the door, trying to run to get here and work, obviously, he's like, is there any chance you can bring me a popsicle before you leave? And I'm like, oh, my God, I can't.
Wait a minute.
I can't with you right now.
Wait a minute. Who in the name of sweet Jesus right now wants a popsicle? What in the hell?
A dying man.
I figure I might as well freeze the rest of myself since all of me is so frozen cold in my soul from the devastation the universe has inflicted on me. He's going to be so pissed at me.
Right. Exactly. Well, isn't that a thing? Isn't it a myth that, don't we have it backwards that, like, if you're cold, you drink hot chocolate? Isn't that wrong? You're supposed to, because that, like, shocks your system as opposed to, if you're cold, having something also that's cold to balance it out, to kind of zero it out. Isn't that right?
Well, it's not. You are headed in the right direction, because if you go into freezing cold water, the worst thing you can do is try to warm somebody up too quickly. Absolutely. The other thing is, too, we tell people all the time, it's like when you come in from really cold conditions, do not run warm water on your hands, run lukewarm water on your hands. Basically, you want to bring the temperature up a little bit. You don't want to bring it up a lot. That's not a good thing. Best case scenario, it's cracked skin. Worst case scenario, it's cardiac arrest. Absolutely. That's
absolutely. Well, I'm glad I've been able to take one for the team and report on the worst winter storm ever here in Nashville, living it out. So maybe that's, as a journalist, our blessing and our curse, that we find ourselves in these scenarios so that we can report to the people, give the people what they want, Jim. Speaking of that, is Jody still on the phone?
We still got a Jody from Mr. Dre.
Oh, Florida man's in the house.
In the house. Hey, Florida man, what's the Florida plan?
Oh, just rest and relaxation for right now. I'm a little tired, so. But good morning, Lindsay. Nice to hear you.
I'm a little tired too.
Listening to how cold you are and everything that's going on, I come to realize one thing: that Florida would look much better with you in it.
Oh, isn't that nice? That's nice. Well done, yeah.
I agree. Say less. I'm on my way.
By the way, Jody.
Yeah, but it is chilly down here. It is chilly down here. I mean, they're asking me how am I walking around with no coat on, and I'm like, I'm from up north. Even though I spend 99% of my time down here, I'm from up north, so I have yet only worn my coat one time this year.
Oh, bless you. What's your temperature? What's the temperature where you are right now?
What's it saying? 43. I'm in Jacksonville.
That's cold for Jacksonville.
All right. That's chilly for down there.
By the way, I have the quote. I have the quote of the year, guys. I wrote it to Dre this morning. This is literally from Hardin County, Tennessee. This is a woman named Sliger. They're cold. They don't have power. They don't have heat. They're out of propane. They're out of wood. They're out of kerosene for their kerosene heaters. They have no food. They have no additional fuel for their alternative heating sources. Here's what I love about the quote. So they're needing out. I hadn't heard that in forever. They are needing out. How about that, man? That's what's happening. That's what's happening in northern Mississippi and across the state of Tennessee as we speak. Over in Hardin County at the Mississippi state line, man. People, Lorraine Sliger, the county's emergency management director, says they are needing out over there, man. It is rough sailing. What's going on, Jody? Tell us the good word.
Well, it just updated, so it's a little bit warmer than what I said. It's 49, but it's going down to 32 tonight. So
yeah, Jackson.
There's really no good word. I can't find no alligators to play with in this cold weather, and the iguanas keep on falling out of the trees in Miami. So it is what it is. But I'm not playing with that white stuff. I'm keeping busy down here. You know what I'm saying? But with all this crazy weather, thank God my niece, she's the only one, her and my brother left up there in Michigan, and one of my best friends didn't lose power. And I was really worried about him because he's on dialysis, and he just had open heart surgery like a year ago. And 30 years ago, he had 2 heart attacks in the same day. You know, so I was a little bit concerned about him, so I was keeping an eye on him. He had to miss one of his dialysis appointments because of the bad weather. They just couldn't get to him with that freak snow that hit up there. But, you know, he seems to be doing fine, so that's all I care about.
Ooh, man.
So it is what it is. Yeah, he's had a hard life. He really has. That poor guy has gone through, excuse my language, hell since I've known him since I was 13. Yeah, he came home and found his mom dead when we were in high school, and 10 years ago he came home and found his brother passed away in the kitchen where they were sharing a house together.
There's your reminder,
plus all this
Lindsay.
other stuff I just told you about.
There's your reminder, Lindsay. There it is. We talked about with Ford
Exactly,
as well. There's your reminder. That's the big thing too. And
And
remember,
it's
go ahead.
well, I was going to say, Tim, it's not so much, some people would say, I took this, and Jody, I took this saying out of my vocabulary that it could always be worse because, you know me, I believe words are powerful. And I think when we say that, that's almost opening ourselves up to things being worse. And it's sort of downplaying. It's like, well, it could always be worse. I've always hated that sentiment because it seems to downplay it. But it's more about, instead of saying things could always be worse, it's be grateful no matter what for where you're at because you do realize that some people are suffering and some people are above you, some people are below you, hypothetically, or for lack of a better term. But I think we have to be careful when we sort of slough off like, well, it could always be worse because that's downplaying other people's situations. You know what I mean?
I do know what you're saying. Go ahead, Jody.
Well, no, I look at it certain what you guys were just saying, but I also look at it as like tomorrow can always be a better day. So take what you have today, learn from it, and try to make tomorrow the best day that you can make it, and just keep on building from there. Yeah, you're going to have a bad day eventually. It's going to happen. You look what you're going through, Lindsay. Okay, I mean, God, everything that you're going through right now, it's got to be nerve-wracking. But in the long run, it's making you stronger. So you just got to look at tomorrow. Will I have my power back? Will it be better tomorrow? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's how I always look at it. When I have a bad day, it's like, tomorrow will be better. As long as I wake up, it's a good day.
Yeah.
As long as I got food for my pets, it's a good day.
How is Mimi, by the way?
What's that?
Oh, yeah. He was asking about Mimi, our dog. Speaking of your pets, but you're right. It's the focus on the things that you have, and I think that fills in. Mimi's okay. She's loud and snoring. She's been pulled to different spaces and places, but she's under about 10 blankets right now. So Mimi the Frenchie, who used to be homeless is doing just fine.
Let me put things in perspective for everybody. So right now it is currently 27 degrees in Franklin, Tennessee. It is going to get to a high of 39 because the cloud cover is going to break. So the maximum time to do anything in regards to getting yourself ready for what I'm about to tell people is between about 1 and 2 p.m. today. After that, the cloud cover returns. Here's where it gets really ugly. The high tomorrow in Franklin is going to be 32, the low 13. On Saturday, the high will be 19 and the low of 12. Not too much better on Sunday with a high of 29 and a low of 11. You begin to see a little bit of an uptick, 36, 22, 41, 26, but then it begins to plummet again until it gets to next weekend. You guys won't see any real relief until the following weekend from this cold, Lindsay. I just want to make sure people understand what it is people are putting up with across the country, because Franklin is like ground zero for all of that's going on right now. So all jokes aside, hang in there. Hang in there.
Yeah.
We can tell people. Jody,
can you believe that the drivers that are out here still driving around in that stuff? I was just looking at Facebook, and everybody's out there in Texas in some spots. We're stuck on the road. We've been stuck on the road for an hour out there on I-20. And it's like, do you people not look at Google Maps? Why are you even out there playing in this stuff and then complaining about it?
Yeah.
I don't get it. The load will have to wait. Obviously it's going to wait because you're stuck. It's like, come on, really, guys?
Well, and
we're supposed to be
Jody,
better
I
than
think
this.
people. That's when we really a time we really should look to our truck drivers who know the roads better than anyone in the world, of course. But I think, unfortunately, until speaking from a non-truck driver who is, let's just be honest, a dummy on the road, I know thyself. I think sometimes until you get stuck in it, you just don't know. Everybody thinks they're bigger and better. They're like, yeah, I know it's bad out there, but I need my fill in the blank. And we don't, and then you're stuck in it. And then what do you do? And that's when, we just, people don't know until they don't know what they don't know. You can hear it, but it's the same thing when I was away and I was being told it was bad back here. I knew that, but until I got back and saw it, I was like, oh wow, yeah, it's really bad. So you see things with your own eyes. Unfortunately, I'm not trying to make up for what people do out there, but it's a reminder. Listen to the truck drivers. If there's anything you want to know about the road, go find a truck driver and ask them. Don't think you know better.
Yeah. By the way, it's like don't ask the people who work at at Five Guys to give you tips about being in an airplane. Ask the pilots. Don't ask the people who work at the diners, truck stop counters tips about being on the road. Ask the people who actually do it for a living. Jody, we got to float you. We're wrapping up this half hour. Good to have you. Be safe and keep on telling us the good news from 45-degree Florida. By the way, it sounds balmy. It sounds beautiful and balmy.
Yeah, well, no, yes, sir. And Lindsay, it was damn nice talking to you. I'm glad that you're safe. And just remember, you're only a 2-hour and 8-minute flight from Nashville to Jacksonville.
Be careful what you say. I might live with you.
We have.
Hey, come on. Sangrias are pouring. Let's fly.
We have rooms down
Let's
here
go.
too, Lindsay. Just to remind you, we have rooms here. I can muscle my way into a couple for you. Jody, get out of here. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. Hit the bricks and tell your story walking. Thank you, sir.
Love you guys too. Talk to you later. Bye.
We got a pretty good damn guest coming up. Have you heard these dudes' music and your copious amounts of spare frozen your butt off time, Lindsay?
Hell yeah, I have, man. The Steep Canyon Rangers, and we've actually had one of the other members from the band on before a couple of years ago. But we have the bassist and vocalist from the Steep Canyon Rangers about to join us. They won the Grammy Award for Best Bluegrass Band and have been nominated for it also multiple times. Plus, they play with Steve Martin. They're headed out on tour with Steve Martin and Martin Short as well as their own. They've got new music. If you like bluegrass music, this is about the pinnacle of the cream of the crop. And so we're really excited to talk with Barrett of the Steep Canyon Rangers coming up next.
Coming up next, by the way, we'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, phone master Andre Thibodeau, North Carolina Bluegrass favorite Steep Canyon Rangers are getting ready for a winter-spring tour, and they've got some new dates with, of course, as Lindsay said, some of her favorite people in the world to entertain her. By the way, have you seen the third part of Father of the Bride? Have you seen that?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sorry about it, too. I was curious if you had.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Thursday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Broadcasting from a disclosed location in Tennessee, Lindsay has somehow managed to make her way back onto the show. Really grateful for that. Jimmy Mack over here in the reasonably balmy climates of New Orleans. It's not balmy over here, but it just isn't comparatively as cold as it is in the rest of the country. Don't forget, by the way, perfect for an encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA. The temperatures may be low, but the passion for trucking burns bright for Alaskan truck driver Tiff Hargraves, known to many as Dalton Darling on YouTube. She'll be joining Trucking with OOIDA in an encore presentation with Scott and Ashley to share what life is like on the road and how her career journey took her from commercial fishing, oh my God, that's tough as nails, to commercial trucking, that's even tougher. And now we pivot.
Pivot!
Our first guest today on this second half, where we make a living around here, represents one of the most respected and, by the way, quietly legendary bands in American roots music. For more than 2 decades, the Steep Canyon Rangers have been carrying forward that Carolina sound as a living, breathing force, guys. They keep evolving, they keep touring relentlessly, and they keep finding new ways to surprise people who think that they already know bluegrass. But maybe you don't. Maybe everything you thought you knew was wrong. So this North Carolina sextet, they've released 14 studio albums. They've earned 3 Grammy nominations. They've won a Grammy for Best Bluegrass Album. They've been inducted into the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame, and they played everywhere from intimate theaters to massive stages across the country. They're currently kicking off a packed winter and spring tour, riding off the momentum of 2 new singles, Circling, The Drain, and Next Act. And once again, they're hitting the road coast to coast, including dates with Steve Martin, the love of my life, and Martin Short's wildly successful live show. But at the heart of it all, guys, is the band itself. These are musicians who know how to balance tradition and deep roots with forward motion, which is what I love about them. So joining us today is Barrett Smith, who is the bass player, vocalist, and one of the anchors of the Steep Canyon Ranger sound. Barrett, please make welcome to the show, my friends. Barrett, good morning.
Wow. Good morning. That was a really great intro. Thanks.
I'm
quietly
available
legendary.
to follow you around, if you will. It's really cold in Nashville, and I'm looking to get out of here. So, you let me know.
Oh yeah, I hear it's cold and it's been messy in Nashville. I hope y'all fared okay.
No, we did not. So currently accepting places to live.
Oh God, I'm sorry to hear it.
Let me just kind of jump in, by the way, because you guys are going on tour. We're both big fans of your music, and I just want to kind of start off by saying, how do you continue to deliver what people have come to expect while continuing to evolve as a band? Because one of the great things about touring is each audience is different. They help you discover what's working, what isn't working. While at the same time, though, you have so many kind of committed people who make a point of showing up all the time. How do you continue to kind of develop your sound while at the same time staying true to it? Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, that's a really great question, and I could start talking now in response to that for a really long time from a lot of different angles. But I think the main idea is night after night. Like we're out on the road right now, and tonight we'll assess the situation and get a feel for what's going on and go with what really feels right tonight. And we'll do it tomorrow night, and we'll do it next month. And we did it 15 years ago. And just by responding to really what's right in front of us and what we really feel individually and as a group, it just changes naturally, and it stays true to itself naturally at the same time. I think that's the best I can do.
I think that's better than the best. And I get it. That's one of those things you could talk about forever. And I'm also curious. So, Barrett, I'm a songwriter in Nashville, and I'm thinking about this right now. Let's say relative to what's going on, let's say with the weather. And I know, there's people that are struggling now without power, and a lot's going on. So that being said, and from more of a expanded view on that, especially as it pertains to bluegrass, writing music in times of turmoil versus writing music when everything's going great. What's your mentality sort of around that? Because I feel like I need to get a little better about okay, when things are bad, that's when I need to sit down and write, as opposed to trying to recall it. You know what I mean? So how do you balance writing in the good times versus the hard times?
Well, first of all, this storm that now has affected y'all's lives so much, the forecast that we were looking at had us in the same position as you and at a higher altitude. And everybody was very, very worried about this storm in Asheville, and especially worried about this storm because of the hurricane that we went through, I guess a year and a half ago now, a little over a year ago. And it was a really big deal for everybody who lives in Asheville, North Carolina, which is where the band is based. And it changed all of our lives forever. That's true of anybody who was there. And now y'all are going through this thing that was supposed to happen to us again. We were scared. And I'm sorry for whatever it is y'all individually in your community and everything is having to go through. And I hope that there's a lot of silver lining in it as far as the community coming together to help each other, which is what happened in Asheville. Hey, good luck. Good luck with that, man. Really, Asheville empathizes, let's say, first of all. And then secondly, writing songs in good times, writing songs in bad times. It's in a world where we're increasingly separate from each other and separate from real, actual human experience, replaced with the little oracle you hold in your hand that tells you what's real. Mm-hmm. I think if it's good times, if it's bad times, man, if it's times and it's human, grab it and hold on to it and then reprocess it for the people. That's what's inspiring. So it's I don't know, it's kind of like a absolute zero, whether it's negative or positive. It's valuable if it's just reminding us about what's important, feeling, connecting. not necessarily buying, selling, consuming, manipulating, all the things that are just so rampant in our world right now. You, as a songwriter, are getting to the heart of what it really is to be like uniquely human. And it's like, yeah, good times, bad times. Maybe you write about good times all the time and nothing else, and nothing bad times, sure. Maybe you're like super morose and depressing and you write about only bad times, sure, whatever. Just write about times and help us out here.
Wow.
That's all.
One of the most amazing.
That's great.
It just and by the way, Lindsay and I both understand. As you might have heard in the beginning, I'm broadcasting from New Orleans. So when you guys were going through what you were going through in North Carolina and over in the eastern part of Tennessee, a lot of us were keeping a really close eye on those unfolding events because it was devastating. As a fan of Asheville, just as a community. The other thing I realized in the first question I asked you was, you talk about the idea of going with what's right in that moment. And I was kind of curious after the events, the unfolding events of Nashville that are still continuing, by the way, as that community begins to pick up the pieces of what's happened. I was wondering if you, in fact, having gone through it at a direct level, as you take the stage, as you play in front of audiences, having seen so many people devastated by these events, we see an audience often as an audience, as this kind of mass of people. And, of course, if you do it long enough like you guys have, you actually begin to get a sense of who's out there. But I was wondering if, when you walk out there in front of those people, you realize they could have done so many different things with their evening, and each one of them has struggles, and each one of them has issues, and that in this space and in this moment, you get a chance to kind of take them away from anything that is outside of this moment in time. Has that changed for you? And does it change the way you guys perform? If the answer is no, we keep on doing the same thing every night, that's fine as well, too. But has there been a change in regards to how you relate to audiences, having been through, as we would call it, the suck yourself,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, that storm, like lots of just intense human experiences, it changed everything that we do to some degree. And I think, I can just say, the band is kind of like this group think, really tight knit community, and I can almost feel confident speaking for the entire band. But I'll just say, speaking for myself, it changed the way I approach audiences, and my level of gratitude for them just coming out and coming to the show, which was high to begin with, really got a lot higher. And we had the opportunity, especially in the immediate aftermath of the storm, like everyone was kind of stranded in Nashville, but we kept going to the airport and flying away to Milwaukee or wherever. And we had the opportunity to coordinate with groups in Asheville and go out into the world and say to crowds, especially crowds at the Steve Martin Short Show, where the ticket price is really high and it's a really big crowd. We got a chance to go out and be like, hey, come to the merchandise table and give us money. Give us money. Like, write us checks. Scan your thing. This is the organization. If you want to help, then we'll send the money to the organizations in Asheville that are really totally doing immediate help and helping people in real time. And that created a whole weird connection with audiences that was really special and really cool. And even to this day, Asheville's still kind of recovering, and Asheville's a tourist town, so we really make a point to say, and I'll say right now for people who are listening, Asheville's a great place. It's just a great city and a great area, and it's still struggling because people aren't sure if it's okay to come to Asheville still. It's kind of weird taste, but Asheville is open for business and ready to take on visitors, and like we were before the storm, and present the city and all its weirdness and kindness and spiritual whatever that Asheville has to offer. Good food, good music, good beer. Come on to Asheville. This is like my Asheville tourism commercial now. Come on, bring it on. We want you. It helps. It helps us.
Well, it's interesting. I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of the band, and we'll talk, obviously, that you mentioned the Steve Martin Short gig and being a part of that. I want to talk about comedy versus with bluegrass in a minute, but as far as the evolution of the band, certainly being a part of that act with Steve, but also through the storms, like the storm of Asheville, those are things that have made the band evolve in different ways. And I'm so curious, sort of on, you guys have been doing this, like I said, 20 years. So the evolution side of things, how much do you guys sort of consciously versus subconsciously evolve? As far as when you set out, like, is it like, okay, when we do this next act, name of the song, are we trying to do something different, or is it just sort of like taking all the little pebbles from along the way, including the storm, including your time with Steve Martin, including the travels and the tours? Does it just sort of naturally make its way into what comes next, or do you guys sit down and say, okay, what comes next, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, mostly naturally. Mostly, we just kind of do. We just kind of do what seems like the right thing to do and what feels good and what's inspiring to us. But sometimes more calculated, like in this particular case, with Next Act, with this album, we really set out with a direction and with kind of like almost like guidelines and rules as to how we were about to move forward, all of which revolved around kind of like returning to more of an acoustic string band thing, because every time the way the band has evolved over the years is the majority of that discussion is put in terms of like, are you a bluegrass band? And how true to the tradition of bluegrass are you? Because there have been times early on when the band was just like militantly, religiously, like, we want to be like Larry Sparks or Flatt Scruggs, or we want to be like Doc Watson. We want to be traditional and completely true and completely real. We're going to crowd around a mic. We're going to get matching suits. We're going to like do it the way it's done. And then over the years, we really moved away from that a lot. All of a sudden, it's like the band has drums. Like, oh, God, that's what we feel like doing, but that's going to be a problem with the traditionalists. And then all of a sudden, we're like, I like playing electric guitar. Let's put it on stage. And then, oh, God, that's a problem, too. Increasingly, we stopped looking like a bluegrass band, really, from some perspectives altogether, which I understand. And so it's always like, God, are they a bluegrass band? I mean, if somebody stops us in the airport and asks us what kind of band we are, we're always like, yeah, we're a bluegrass band. And no matter what, if you come to a show, like, and go backstage 20 minutes before we go on, we're backstage, like, playing bluegrass. That's just what we do all the time. This Next Act thing, there is a conscious decision. We're like, man, we've done all this experimenting. We've made a lot of noise. Let's go back to what we did originally. It'll be different because we're a lot older now and a lot has changed. And it still might not sound like traditional bluegrass music, but it'll be acoustic, no electric instruments. It'll be done like pretty live and like a string band. And our live show is now changing in that way as well. Our drummer is a really great dobro player and a great guitar player. So more and more these days, we're just putting a microphone up, like on a stage, and crowding around it and being a bluegrass band again, which is a conscious decision. I wouldn't say contrived, but it's certainly conscious. And y'all got good questions.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, having listened to so much of your music, too, you actually brought this up, the idea that it all feels like a conversation. And there's a point where, and I'm going to make a really weird comparison, but there's a couple of filmmakers, by the way, who, as they get older and they get a little wiser, the tricks go away. A lot of them start kind of filming stuff in a very kind of simple way. I think about Eastwood, about Howard Hawks, about a lot of these kind of guys who told tough guy stories from the beginning. And then all of a sudden, even like when you get like celebrated foreign filmmakers like Kurosawa, somebody says, you know what? How about we just set the camera up, get a really pretty picture, and let some really good actors kind of tell their story. And in a lot of ways, the music, it seems like, is returning to some degree to kind of like, you know what? We can really just play instruments really well. We've been doing it together for a very long time. And what do you say we just kind of get, as you said, when you said that, put a microphone up on the stage, get these instruments, talking and cooking together, and then just see what kind of plays out from that. And there is something, it's like, how did you get so good? Gradually, and then all of a sudden, right? I mean, there really is that kind of plays itself through. Is there a freedom that comes with not having to worry about doing anything new, but simply creating something new by having 20 years of experience together?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of freedom in that, and a lot of comfort in that, and a lot of inspiration in that. Got all our interpersonal ways and intermusical ways, all the neural pathways that connect with each other between us are like very well worn. It's there's a freedom in it because it's so comfortable and also so inspiring, because really, I mean, I can say personally that everybody in the band is, like, to me anyway, pretty inspiring. I got a lot of trust in each person in the band. Like, to, at some point today, I'll be like, God damn, that's a good idea. That's really cool that you want to do that. Let's play with it. And, it's the familiarity. That's, the band has accomplished a lot in all these many, many years and decades, I guess, at this point. It's that familiarity. It's a thing that no bands have this. No bands have been together for over 20 years. Not no, but very, very few. And we take a lot of pride in that. Not really sure how it worked out. We've just been kind of taking it day by day for all these years, but it's a long-standing band, and we're pretty old, for guys just going out and playing music together. Really, usually you go see a band and younger people. It is better suited for people in their 20s, and it was very well suited for us in our 20s. We were young and less responsibilities, but God, we are so grateful that still here in our 80s.
We are so grateful. We're so great. You're still here. We're talking with Barrett from the Steep Canyon Rangers, who are out on tour now. That kicked off January 16th. And I wanted, doing some of both shows just as the band, and then as well with the Steve Martin Short situation, which is fascinating as well. I want to talk about bluegrass plus comedy.
Please.
There's so much. There's so much about bluegrass. Of course, it's about timing. There's so much about comedy that's obviously about timing. And when you share a stage with these comedy legends, I would assume timing becomes everything. So do you see a real sort of, philosophical overlap between bluegrass and comedy, especially, by the way, when it comes to, like, the rhythm and the storytelling and knowing when to leave space?
Yeah, definitely. The timing, that's like, it's an obvious thing, and then also a really, like, complex thing that when comedy and music, the timing and the space you put between, and like the anticipation of something about to come, and then you deliver it, but it's not what they thought, and like all that is very true. And Steve and Marty are like, they've been doing it forever. They're a lot older than we are, and they're real masters and students of it. And it's interesting because Steve is like, obviously he's a master and like one of the most important comedy figures of the 20th century in America. He would be on most people's like Mount Rushmore of comedy in America in the 20th century, right? So that's a big deal. But he's really serious about music. It's funny. He's very humble, and he's like very engaged, and he's really serious about music. And it's endearing and it's cool. And he's also really good at it, like most things that he does. So it's cool, that whole idea that there's a philosophical overlap between music and comedy is true. And we get to hang out with one of the guys who like probably knows that as well as anybody does. Steve does, and we got a front row seat for him. It wasn't until he was playing with us, not because of us, but just coincidentally when we joined up with him, that so far as I know, was the first time he was really making a go of it with music. So we got to see him like really learning how he was going to do it and figuring out what the overlap between comedy and music was in a more like sustained and regular way. And it's pretty, I mean, y'all sound like you're big Steve Martin fans. It's pretty awesome to watch him work. He's a wonderful person. He's like very generous and cool to us. And I really like him personally a lot. Really. Good. And yeah, it's like an honor to watch him. Such an iconic kind of art figure. Be able to work beside him and watch what he does, and he's changed us over the years a lot.
I will tell you this, man. Caroline is one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life, and at the same time, one of the most dark examinations of codependency I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
And the first time I was aware of the fact, I'm like, you know, I fancy myself a pretty smart guy. I won't actually pretend like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I actually became so aware of the fact that part of what is making this so funny and so manic and so desperate is this music. It's not just a matter of the lyrics are funny or the fact that Steve Martin is singing them that makes them funny. It's the fact that the music actually sets a tempo of mania, stalking, codependency, and absolute insanity. And I'm laughing my ass off, not just at what he's saying, but at the rhythm and pace at which you guys are delivering it. If anybody hasn't heard that song in regards to absolute ridiculousness, I have a friend of mine, Tom. I sent him that song immediately when I heard it, and he said, oh my God, I'm in pain. I'm laughing so hard. And he said, and this is really an awful story. I'm like, it's terrible. It is great. So thank you for that gift. But that must be trying to figure out Lindsay's point about figuring out timing. How do you guys work that out to figure out, okay, so I'm saying the words at this pace. How do we do it in a way that maximizes the laughs and yet doesn't lose the humanity of the story? There's about 8 questions in there, so have fun.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we just follow, like we're any given one of us in the band is a funny enough guy, you know, like we all have good senses of humor and we all have our moments and make people laugh, but we're not, you know, none of us are comedians, would claim that. So to answer the question, how do you figure out, we make some good decisions ourselves, I guess you could say, but mostly we just defer. Like Steve will direct. He'll say, oh yeah, you maybe, hey, good job, like put more of a pause right there before you say that, or like you delivered that line well, or don't do that anymore. Luckily, I mean, we never thought we would have comedy coaches in our life, but now we have Steve Martin and Martin Short like critiquing the way we're delivering, because in the show we don't talk much in the show. You know, when we play with them, we don't have a lot of speaking roles. It's mostly we're just playing music. And then to their credit, anybody who's seen the show sees that they give us a spot. You know, they just like leave the stage and say, all right, Steve Canyon Rangers, play a couple songs for these people, and then we just play whatever we want at that point, which is really cool of them, and it serves the show well. But yeah, the timing of how the lines are delivered, like where you're standing on the stage, it's we have these coaches, and then other people come around too, because people want to hang out, and they have all these old friends in the whole kind of entertainment industry. Like at one point, Frank Oz came out on the road and was like telling us, oh, you should walk over here on the stage and do it in this way. He was like critiquing the show. And I was like, what are we doing here? How is this possibly happening? The voice of Yoda and the guy who made the Dark Crystal and the Muppet Show. And he was like telling me where to stand on a stage while Steve Martin's standing right there. Yeah. It's pretty dreamy. That whole interaction, that whole collaboration with these people is something that obviously we never saw coming, but it's been such a blessing for us. We'd be continuing doing what we do either way, but it sure has been a boost as far as like exposing us to people, new audiences, and just life experiences we get to do, you know, like we're playing with them tonight, and yeah, we'll have a great time today. Thanks to them.
Well, at risk of sounding cheesy, you guys are, and I'm not even blowing smoke because I'm not that nice of a person. You guys are
She's
a blessing
not.
both to us on the show, your music to the world, and I can't wait to see you live. That's the next thing on my bucket list is to be able to see you guys.
Bring it
We've
on.
been talking with Barrett Smith. I will be there. Barrett Smith, who is with Steep Canyon Rangers, guys. You can head on over to steepcanyon.com. Check them out. They'll be in Texas the next 3 nights with Steve Martin and Martin Short, casually, heading out on there, doing some of their own shows as well. Check out the tour on that page. Download these people's music. Don't just stream it, download it, and make sure it's a part of your life. You'll be a better person for it. Barrett, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Thank you, Barrett.
Thank you all for such a great conversation. I appreciate you. Thanks.
We're going to come back on the other side of this. Can't thank Lindsay enough for somehow making this as professional as it seems, because I have nothing to do with it. The fact that you're actually in an disclosed location making this miracle happen is kind of fantastic. He was great, by the way, and thrilled to have him.
Oh, my God, great.
We've got to check some stuff out. I feel like I have to ask you this question. I asked you by text, but I'll ask you on the air, too, before Dre, who's trying to set up our next guest for us, by the way. I just wanted to ask you, did you arrange for this or did Claire arrange for this?
Yeah, so Claire set this one up, but I connect their publicist years ago when we had Graham on, Graham Sharp, who's another member of the band. If you'll remember years ago when we were on that other platform, we had him on. So I had connected, I think, our old talent booker a couple of years ago, and she continues to send us wonderful guests. So Claire has stricken up, whatever, a relationship with him as well, and they send us really great people. You know, Jim, when you find those publicists that you know they only take on the really great talented people, and their publicist is certainly one of those. So good on Claire for continuing to be incredible as Claire does. She's great at finding the right people, sending us extra info, and it's so nice when you don't have a home or anywhere to broadcast, you just know Claire has made it set up that it'll be easy. So God bless.
By the way, thank you both, by the way, because I think the universe is continuing to tell us something. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Great guest coming up just in a little bit, by the way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
So excited.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Thursday.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
From the Fastport Studios to a lovely vehicle owned by Lindsay Lawler, this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Welcome black, welcome white, welcome everybody. We're going to celebrate both guys and celebrate
Nice.
all sides. Welcome back. Thank you. This is Road Gang Radio. I am, as Jimmy said, broadcasting from somewhere outside of Nashville, wherever I can find warm space in a little bit of a reception. That's where I am at any given moment. Jim and Dre, of course, over there in New Orleans. And if you love that conversation, which we did just a minute ago with Barrett of the Steep Canyon Rangers, we will make sure we get that up. Please share it. Spread the word not only about their music, but about the kind of conversations that are happening over here, because we're trying to give you guys and girls quality programming on the road and really form that connection. And we are happy you're here, Jim. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be on this show. Phone Master Dre, what do you say?
Oh, what do I say? This.
By the way, our next guest is a professor of political science at the University of Chicago, studies American politics, public opinion, political psychology, local politics, racial attitudes, and the politics of science. He's currently researching why people believe in conspiracy theories. I want to read that. Why liberals and conservatives name their children differently, and why 2016 was a populist election, and what is changing in American democracy. But we're focusing today on how to know yourself, the art of science, of discovering who you really are, a mix of psychology, neuroscience, philosophy, and lived human experience that answers a deceptively simple question. Why do so many of us move through life with a low hum of dissatisfaction, even when nothing is wrong? J. Eric Oliver joins us this morning. Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Hey, it's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, I am so excited you're here. When I was reading through all your info, I was like, okay, if I could talk to anyone about anything ever, it would literally be you and all your work. So I'm very excited to dive in here. But you're like speaking, you're speaking my language. But where I want to start, especially from the professor side of you, because I thought the title of your book was fascinating, especially the subcontent. So art plus science equals discovery equals me is what I feel like. By me, I mean you, anybody. And I started thinking about, I know you teach over at the University of Chicago, and first of all, this is a class I want to take, so I need to know if that's possible as an adult. But it really got me to thinking about, because the type of things you're teaching in the discovery of self, I didn't really tap into until the past couple of years in life. In my mid-40s is when I got sort of obsessed with who I am, how did I get here, what does it all mean, as opposed to sort of walking through life like a zombie and just taking things without exploring them. So can you just start there and talk a little bit about what you're teaching to the youth of America now, and how we can sort of balance that as adults, if there's a way, and your encouragement to keep learning, discover who we are in classes and in work as an adult?
Sure. And I think the reason I started teaching this class about 20 years ago was I was trying to address this thing called the gold star illusion, which I was brought up believing that, if I could just collect all my gold stars, like get into the right school, get the right job, find the right person, all that stuff, then everything would just work out and I would be happy ever after. And, when I hit my mid-30s and I collected all my gold stars, and if anything, I was more confused and dissatisfied. And I had this kind of perpetual hum of just, this itchy, disquiet that was always kind of lurking in the background. And I was like, okay, I need to address this. And clearly the stories I had been brought up with about what makes a happy life didn't seem to be working out. And I had this long interest in psychology and philosophy and meditation. And I needed to pass together around this from my students who are just wonderful. And my wife jokingly suggested, you call the class Stuff I'm Interested In. And I thought, well, I think maybe this is something a little more deep. So this is a class about the self, and the students got a lot out of it. And it was just this great experience. And so I've been offering it every year. And then I met a lot of adults, Lindsay, like you, who were like, I'd love that class. Sounds great. I'd love to take it. Do you have a book to recommend? And the problem is I had hundreds of books to recommend. And I thought, well, maybe here's an opportunity to put together all of these different knowledge and wisdom traditions, kind of science and art, and put them all together and try to integrate them in a way to shed a little light about what's behind this experience of being that we're having.
Let me tell you something, by the way. I just want to drop this in. The book is written in such a marvelous way that it's like so popular in regards to how it's written. The idea, and I mean popular in regards to that it's a book that one can easily access, while at the same time letting you know that you're expecting people to kind of dive into all the things that interest you. I mean, literally in a blizzard of words, before we even get to page 50, we're talking about Schrodinger, the ship of Theseus, we're talking about Robert Hooke and the theory of cells, and it goes back to your wife's kind of original proposition, things that I am interested in. And what it seems in a lot of ways is that you are, in many ways, letting us get an inside view into yourself, and in doing so, kind of giving us a blueprint in how do we go about the business of constructing ourselves. And I don't mean constructing it like putting it together as a fictional entity, but figuring out all the things that we love and that we gravitate towards, and asking for the commonality and all of that. Was that ever part of the design, or that just kind of emerged from writing this sucker?
Well, I didn't want to. It's the danger of writing a book about the self is that I didn't want to make it about me,
right.
But at the same time, I thought, if I'm just talking about other people's ideas, it seems too remote and abstract. And one thing I do with my students is I tell them, listen, I don't want you just to regurgitate back to me what these various thinkers are saying. I want you to tell me what they are telling you about yourself. And that's one way the class is really successful, because we take a thinker like a Freud or an Aristotle, and we say, okay, what do these really smart people tell us about our own lived experience? And it gets very personal in that way. And so I felt as I was writing this, I needed to sort of share part of myself. I didn't want to come across as like some enlightened guru. I struggle with everything the way everybody else does. And part of this was like just saying, okay, this is what my struggles have actually taught me here, and these are my flaws, these are my vulnerabilities, and part of knowing myself is coming to terms with those.
Well, and here's what keeps sort of dawning on me is that people hear these ideas, and so many people like intellectually, quote unquote, get these ideas, but still feel stuck. We hear a lot of this, and it's like, oh well, yeah, of course, I understand that, and then you're like, but what am I doing to actually apply it to my life? And that's, to me, where the difference is. So, your book starts with something so many people that they feel but they can't name, that, this low-level dissatisfaction you talk about, even when life looks fine, quote-unquote fine, but we have this dissatisfaction. And I think sometimes, myself included, I'm dissatisfied, but I look around and I'm like, well, I shouldn't be, because my life's great. I need to stop, get over it, and just keep moving forward. And I think that's where the problem is. We don't say, well, why am I dissatisfied? If life is great, but I'm still dissatisfied, what's the issue? So is that dissatisfaction a problem to be solved, or is it more of this signal that we're actually misunderstanding ourselves?
I would put it, I think it's more the latter. I think it's whenever we feel adverse feelings, whether it's pain or dissatisfaction, those are signals to us. That's information. And I think one of the challenges that we have is that we typically, when we're feeling bad, we just want to run away from it. I want to turn to my phone. I want to turn to the fridge. I want to turn to anything and just to escape. And what I'm doing when I do that is I'm not cluing into some important signals that are kind of coming up at the underlayers of my being. And this really goes to why we want to know ourselves. Most of the time, our conscious attention is preoccupied with this kind of egoistic self and our stories and our life dramas. And we kind of swirl in this world, and we don't really recognize there's a lot more to us going underneath the surface of that. And the more that we can begin to penetrate into those more hidden layers of our being, the more we can open up to what I believe is this sort of innate birthright, which is this inner luminescence and effervescence of our being that we occasionally get glimpses of when we feel like awe or joy or love. And that's actually always there. It's just kind of subtle, and it typically gets crowded out by a lot of our other kind of imbalances in our self processes. So if we want to know how to live better, we've got to be able to begin recognizing, okay, where are these imbalances, and why are they occupying so much of my attention, and why are they hogging all of my consciousness, and how can I get them to, play a little quieter and open possibilities up for alternative ways of being.
I wanted to ask about the quiet disquiet that Lindsay alluded to and that you're actually now talking about. And I've been trying to grasp it. So the idea is that we can feel the imbalance that's going on inside of ourselves. And that imbalance, the quiet disquiet is actually not quiet at all. We can actually feel something is wrong inside. And what we're trying to do is create actual quiet. And I don't mean I don't mean silence, but I mean an actual sense of natural harmonic going on inside of us. And so it's a matter of you're trying to pinpoint things that are causing discomfort, displeasure, disassociation, disorientation, and all the other things that diss us along the way. Once we spot them, how do we actually then restore balance? How do we actually how do we remove the quiet disquiet?
Sure. And I think that to know that, you've got to kind of know these sort of various layers of the self. And so like the first part of the book, I try to describe what are these various layers of self processes that are going on, that's starting with our individual cells and sort of their health. And then how these cells come together as an animal self. And then this human layer that we have on top with our culture and language. And all of these things we need to be aware of. And then at some point, I think there are two things that we need to sort of do here. One of which is kind of attend to the basics. We need to sort of set a firm foundation of how do we optimize these self processes. And that means, living as healthy as we can, eating right, getting enough sleep, taking care of what our basic body needs. At another level, it means having meaningful relationships with other people. We are social species. We are social species through and through. We are just the idea. I think this is one of our misconceptions about the self is that we think of it as a sort of isolated, solitary being, but our self processes are social phenomena, and nobody lives well in isolation. So a big part of knowing ourselves is figuring out how are we interacting with other people, and then so a lot of it means sort of tending these basics, and then once we start tending those, then we can begin to identify, okay, where are imbalances? How much of my life am I spending kind of wrapped up in unproductive emotions? Like, so how much of my life am I spending in a state of anxiety, or do I feel angry a lot, or do I feel guilty, or do I feel depressed? And these are imbalances in your self processes most of the time. They're not appropriate emotions. They're inefficient for us. And so what we need to do is then say, okay, well, what's causing those? And there are some, in the book I describe various ways of trying to identify those, everything from philosophy to psychotherapy, to even the Eastern spiritual traditions. And they all have suggestions about how to identify that. And then once we can identify where maybe some of our imbalances come from, we have to take the next step, which is the hardest one, which is letting go of them. And the reason why these imbalances are so hard to let go of is a lot of them are just baked into our neurology. There are these mental pathways that our brains are using to help process information. And they think they're necessary for our survival when in fact they're not. So a lot of times, for example, I might feel anxious about something that's about to happen because my brain thinks I need to be anxious because otherwise I'm going to perish. When in fact that anxiety is not really necessary at all, but my brain thinks it is. And so I've got to develop strategies to how can I let go of that anxiety, and how can I find ways to create some space from it.
So I want to pivot here.
Pivot.
From curiosity, but without judgment. So, you study conspiracy theories. You have and I'm fascinated by this. And, I think there's a group of people, including myself, who can both believe and not believe in something at the same time. So, you study why people believe in conspiracy theories, and I'm fascinated by the whole spectrum of it, because you have on one end people who dismiss them entirely. On the other, you have people who treat them like gospel. And then there's this middle group, people who find them entertaining and provocative, and even playful. So what is actually happening psychologically across that spectrum of belief as it pertains to conspiracy theories?
Sure. So I've been doing a lot of research on this for the past 2 decades. And when we were trying to figure out why people believe in conspiracy theories, one of the things that we found is that it's people who are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories were a lot more likely to have a lot of supernatural and paranormal beliefs. And so that was kind of interesting. It's like, well, why do those things congregate together in that kind of constellation. And I think the reason is these kinds of beliefs reflect our intuitions. What conspiracy theories do is draw on these innate sort of judgment faculties that we have. And all of us have these kind of intuitions that are very, very strong in us. And then, but also we have our rational capacities. And these are, cultivated through our education. We learn, about logical deduction. We learn about facts. We learn about empiricism. And so oftentimes these are two competing dimensions within our heads. Sometimes our intuitions are really, really strong, and sometimes our rationality is really, really strong. And oftentimes what we see is that when people prioritize their intuitions, they're much more likely to find conspiracy theories plausible because they resonate with them. Like, for example, one of the things that our intuitions do is take our anxiety and use it as a piece of information. So as like when my son was little, for example, he had this famous thing he would say. He was like, well, he was really scared one night of monsters in his closet. And he said, well, Dad, if there are no monsters in the closet, then why am I afraid? And, I think conspiracy theories do that. They take what we're feeling and our emotions, and they try to rationalize them in some kind of explanation for us. And so the reason why we need this diversity is, some people, like my wife, she's a poet and a writer, and she's a big intuitionist. And so she kind of gravitates more towards conspiratorial explanations. Like she's quick to kind of, suspect that there's some hidden malevolent force out there that's making things happen. And, I'm here, the social scientist, and I'm like, no, dear, these are complicated processes. And we go back and forth, all the time. And I think that's kind of why conspiracy theories, line up. And, and oftentimes if we're feeling, emotionally unstable or we're feeling uncertain, we want a clear explanation. One thing that our animal brains are prediction machines, and we love certainty. Our brains want to feel certain, and we don't feel certain. We feel a lot of discomfort. And so one of the reasons why conspiracy theories are so compelling is that they offer that kind of balm for those feelings of anxiety, which can be so uncomfortable for us.
I want to do a follow-up here about the social thing that you talked about earlier and how it relates to what you've just been talking about. One of the things when you're talking about the need for social connection is that chemically it releases oxytocin and in that way. And I was kind of curious in the way that, conspiracy theories provide a certain level of oxytocin in regards of either confirmation or allowing a social connection and all that stuff. I was kind of curious. You talk about the idea of letting go of all of those things that we have. Is there any connection? Is there any proof or evidence that suggests that letting go in the way you're suggesting and creating a life of removing the disquiet? Please indulge me if you feel like I've just lost the plot here. But do you feel like that the letting go can produce the sort of chemical rushes that a lot of our bad habits produce for us as well? Are you following me at all?
I hear you, and I have two answers to that question, and they're kind of on two different mental dimensions. So on the one hand, there is what the activities that we can do that make us feel satisfied and gratified, and this is where oxytocin comes in and serotonin comes in. These neurohormones that provide us with that great sense of contentment and flow and well-being and connectedness. And, this comes through having, positive relationships with other people. Like one of the best things that you can do to make yourself feel good is to sing and play music with other people. It's just, and we have all of these psychological studies about this. Like it's one of those things that just makes people feel so connected and so gratified. Exercising a competency, doing a task that you feel good at your highest level. That's also something that makes us feel incredibly satisfied and releases these kinds of hormones. So those are the kinds of things that we can do that are more like kind of engaging in a way. And the irony is letting go is an act of engagement. We oftentimes, think about letting go as just sort of like kicking back and not having any worries. And that's not entirely it. Letting go is really an active pushback. And so the term letting go may be kind of, in some ways a misnomer because letting go is really a vigorous activity. It's an engaged kind of activity. The other thing that we can know about letting go, and this goes back to what we know about neuroscience, and it's really curious. So, our brains are made up of all of these things, these networks. The brain is just like this kind of wired network system. It's like a series of neural highways in our head. And when we're not focusing on any task in particular, when we're not exercising a competency, there's this one part of the brain that lights up. It's called a default mode network. And it's kind of in the middle of your head. And when it's when you're not doing anything in particular, and your mind starts wandering and ruminating. And what does it do when it starts ruminating and wandering? It typically starts thinking about the past or thinking about the future, and it creates a storyline with you at the center of it. And this is sort of the home of our ego in a way. And that's oftentimes where we start generating these feelings of guilt and anxiety and resentment. I'm like sitting there and I'm like, God, that asshole who did that. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that.
You could say it. You get it. It's yours. Take it.
Okay,
No rules. No rules.
Okay, no rules. Great. So the jerk could just cut me off in traffic, and then we flipped each other off, and I'm just like spinning in this, going forward. And this is where letting go comes in, because when we spend a lot of time in that default mode network, that's not a comfortable place for us to be. It's one typically of discomfort. And what we can do when we engage in actively letting go is we start rewiring our mind. When we start letting go of those thoughts and not engaging in them, not feeding them so much, we sort of quiet down the default mode network. And we can find this, it's interesting, like advanced meditators, when they do, scans of their brains, they find they have a very, very low level of default mode activity. Taking psychedelics is another thing. It disrupts the default mode network. And that's why people who take psychedelics oftentimes have this experience of ego death and connectedness with everything. And so for me, in my just daily life, what I think about is, how can I be more present in the moment, not so caught up in my thoughts? And I just ask myself, okay, is this thought helping anything? And with me, I would say vast majority of my thoughts are not helping my life in any way. They're just spinning out some story. And so, I try to work on, catch myself and saying, okay, this is not a helpful thought. Let's let it go and just try to, be a little bit more, as you were describing earlier, just kind of open in this kind of experience of a living being, a living, breathing being.
We are talking with J. Eric Oliver, who teaches the legendary course at the University of Chicago called The Intelligible Self. His new book, which is so good, guys, How to Know Yourself, the art and science of discovering who you really are. And by the way, I host a show called, I was going to ask it, Jim. I host a show called We Should Write, about the healing power of writing. I so want to dig in with you. If you'll come back, please say yes.
Say yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, of
great.
Course. This is great.
We ask you on air so that you can't say no. Okay, I want to close with this, because if somebody reads your book and truly lets it in, not just intellectually, what do you really hope changes about how they relate to themselves day to day?
Well, I think as a teacher and as a writer, what I'm really trying to do with both my class and this book is help people expand the vocabulary of their own lived experience, to give them some new concepts and tools for kind of apprehending, well, what's going on in this moment. And with those new tools, to be able to see the parts of their own experience that are not regularly visible to their ordinary conscious mind. And I think that's hopefully what I really want to offer to readers here. And along the way, also be kind of engaging and entertaining and try to be funny too. Because a big part of this is not taking all of this that seriously. I think if we want to live better, we need to sort of have the kind of cosmic laughter that goes along with it all.
By the way, Lindsay, I've recommended the other book a million times. The only comp I can think of for this is Walker Percy's Lost in the Cosmos. That attempts to grapple with this sort of identity and self, and do it in a humorous, sort of down-home, sort of yarn-spun way, while at the same time being incredibly smarty pants at the same time.
What a compliment!
Yeah, I love that book.
Well,
by the way.
thank you. That's
yeah.
that's an amazing book. So thank you.
Yeah. J. Eric Oliver, How to Know Yourself is the name of the book. You can find him at jerickoliver.com. How to Know Yourself is so worth checking out. By the way, we were so delighted. You have been on what has been a perfect show for us. We actually had the basis for the Steep Canyon Rangers before you, and now J. Eric Oliver joins us. Well, how are you holding up in this weather, by the way?
Oh, it's sunny. So that's what I don't mind the cold as long as it's sunny. And it's reflecting off the snow, so that's always heartening too. So
hang in there. Lindsay,
all right, well,
you got it.
It was
a
great.
Pleasure
to talk to you both.
Thank you. We got a great guest here, Lindsay. You're going to have a great guest on your show, by the way. We're going to get him on We Should Write. Dre, get us out of here. I just want to keep the guy on, and he's got a whole life to get to.
I want to be his best friend.
It's terrific. Terrific stuff, guys. We'll be back on this. I had lots to unpack, Lindsay. Lots to talk about.
Yeah.
Road Gang Radio continues after these messages. Hold on tight.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Get a life and join us at Fastport Studios with the Road Gang themselves, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Good job earlier this morning, by the way. Had a great time talking with you and all the gang for the first hour on the show. That was a lot of fun. And then I've had a great guest, terrific guest about the Civil War, the actual Civil War, not the ones people are dreaming of these days. Good visit with Collin Long, of course. And then, of course, our good friend Lindsay managed to somehow, from a disclosed location, join us this morning.
Killing it.
Absolutely thrilled. North to Alaska. Scott and Ashley are going north. The rush is on. They're going to be talking to Alaskan driver Tiff Hargraves, known to many as Dalton Darlin on YouTube. She's going to be joining an encore presentation of Trucking with OOIDA to share what life is like on the road and how her career journey took her from commercial fishing, tough as nails, to commercial trucking in Alaska, even tougher as nails. But we got a whole lot more show to talk about, a lot of stuff to dig into, a lot of fun to be had. Well, hey, Lindsay.
Well, hey.
Fancy
Hey, speaking of broadcast speaking of broadcasting from an undisclosed location, that undisclosed location is an empty house in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I guess good problems to have. It's a problem, but a good problem. You got two houses, unless one doesn't fund, and then my dad's screwed. But speaking of my dad, Jimmy Mack, he just walked up here into the empty house in the corner where I'm standing on one leg broadcasting, and he said, "Hey, you'll appreciate this, Jim, knowing who your father is as well." He said, "Ask Jimmy Mack who I should send this bill for your broadcast to today."
He can send it to my dad, who will do exactly what he does with every bill sent to him on my behalf. He actually puts it in a file folder and says, "Where did I put that file folder?" He can send it there.
He files it accordingly, as my dad always says. I'll file that accordingly, right up your ass.
Yeah, my favorite was one time. By the way, we got this awful contract that I know your dad looked at, and my dad looked at too. And I handed it to my father. Guys, I kid you not, 82 years old, stood up out of his chair, wiped his butt with it, and threw it on the floor, and said,
Nice.
"Let's move on. Let's move on."
Hope it was
That
clean.
sounds about right.
That sounds about Doc. Have you ever?
Hey, Jimmy Mack.
Hey.
Yes.
That one either.
I have to tell you, man. I got to tell you, you and my father have so much in common in absolutely different accents. It is like the best thing of all time.
You mean old, senile, and
No, I mean old, crusty, cantankerous, and really kind of more decent than you both let on. How about that?
Hey, aging like good bourbon, my brother.
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, to add to the comedy of errors, it's as everyone's already heard today, between no power, no water, no internet, a family with the flu, my parents moving. On top of it, my mom's in a boot from foot surgery. My dad just had half of his face removed, so he looks like bandages all his face. He looks like some sort of Freddy Krueger, and we're all just living the dream over here in the middle of hell.
I should have read my contract on moving to Nashville. I'm not sure. It was supposed to be nice weather. I think it's 8 degrees here last night.
Well, I know. Didn't you say though you wanted it cooler though? I mean, come on, D. Didn't you say this is too hot? It's too hot in Texas. Well, guess what? Nashville delivered in abundance.
Cooler is 80.
Never happy. Never happy. If it was hot, he wouldn't be happy. If it's cold, he wouldn't be happy. If he had internet, he would hate what he was hearing. If he didn't have internet, he'd hate that he couldn't hear what he couldn't hear. So, that's such his life.
Let me just say this, though. A friend of mine texted me the other morning when New Orleans got to 22 degrees, and what she said, and I think it's rather appropriate, I'm kind of with Dee on this, what you guys are experiencing isn't a never-happy situation. That's just plain hateful, man. That weather is hateful. That's a big bucket of suck. I'm sorry, man. It's just terrible. Yeah. Just the worst, Dee.
Well, here in Nashville, the ice is what is it got so cold, and then it won't go away. And I mean, it's just it's bad. So,
yeah.
But we're here, and I'm sitting in the house totally vacant except for Lindsay and broadcasting.
Well, what's funny, speaking of this house, Jim, check this out. And the attorney sitting next to me probably say, "Don't talk about this," but here I go anyway. The woman so my parents sold this house and are moving into another one, and that's really tricky, that time frame between trying to get one to close so you can fund the next. Well, the woman that's supposed to move into this house, their move got pushed because of the weather. It's obviously not by any means in their control, but she's saying she will not sign the paperwork, even though they've sort of somewhat technically closed. The money's just sitting in escrow. She won't officially sign off until my precious parents have every single item out of the house, which in normal terms, in normal situation, you wouldn't be able to do something like that. But we are once again in unnormal terms. But my dad doesn't have a leg to stand on because he's got to get it funded because his stuff's already at the new house. So this woman's just being a big old bee, I think, just to mess with him because, I don't know, that naturally comes to him. But it's an interesting scenario, people that are listening that are trying to sell one house and buy the next. It's a very tricky, precarious situation when you're trying to time that so that you don't own two homes.
Yeah, by the way, my father did not escape that reality, and his everlasting regret was allowed my mom to be talked into by a real estate agent of saying, "We're not going to sell this house until we can get the price we want." He just said, "Sell it now, get it off our hands." He said it's one of the biggest mistakes he's ever made. So the first offer you get, unless it's completely lowball, get the hell out of there. Just hit the bricks, man.
Yeah.
Move on. Time to go.
Yeah.
That's it.
This is my 13th house, J-Mac, that my wife has drugged me to over our 50 years of marriage.
Well,
and this is it. I'm putting my foot down.
He said that with the last one. You know what else is funny? I don't even know if I told my parents this, but a couple of years ago when they still lived in Dallas, they have this tendency, and by this is on my mom. My mom convinces my dad to buy a new house. My mom gets in the new house, and then she makes it look exactly like the old house. It's really funny. And a couple of years ago, Seamus, my husband, and I were sitting at Christmas dinner at my parents' quote-unquote new house in Dallas, and my mom or my dad made a toast and said, to the first Christmas in this new home. And Seamus looked at me and said, wait, this is a new house? It's like, yeah, this is not where we were last year. And he's like, oh, my God, I had no idea. He just makes it look like the old one.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it's like deja vu. It's just a matter of changing locations. It's not even a matter of changing realities. Oh, my God.
Mac, I had 5 houses in Dallas in the same zip code. My postman became part of our family.
Oh my God!
I don't know if that's impressive or you have a problem.
I think it's both.
Problem.
I'm impressed with the way you handle the problem, D. I don't think it's your problem. Well, I think it's your issue, but no, it's your problem. It's her issue. I'm not sure. I never know the definitions of those words. But good God Almighty, man!
She's the problem. She's not listening, so we can safely say my mom is the problem.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
All right. I like it.
And I'm not going to even unbox anything this time. I'm just going to sleep on the boxes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that way you can stop her from unpacking anything until you move again. Now you said it's the last place, but if you lay on top of them, you pretty much guarantee at least you won't have to pack that all up again when you do leave. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you'd think.
In theory.
Okay, guys, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, D. Lawler. Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Wayne D. Lyle Lawler Jr., attorney at Lawler.
Big D, by the way. We do have one phone call coming in, Lindsay. We're going to take that real quick and see what's up in the world. Who we got, Dre?
Speaking of Big D, what's up, Marshall?
Okay. Good morning, Marshall. Good to have you, buddy. How you doing?
Big dancer. Hey, how you doing?
Well,
hold me closer, tiny dancer.
I am in zero temperature weather up here in Minnesota, but it's to be expected. But I have a few things for you. Number one, I saw something today I've never seen before. It's always interesting about being out on the road. I saw, as I went through Redwood Falls, the Hair Traveler. It's a traveling barber. I guess he just comes into little towns, sets his little trailer, and sits right down on the ground and opens up shop.
Dude, I have a buddy that does that. It's insane.
That's awesome.
I had never seen it before, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. Next thing I have for you is, as you know, I travel in a lot of bad weather and bad weather states. And here's what Mississippi and Tennessee, Arkansas already does it now. What they need to learn to do is close the frickin' roads. Then everybody won't get out there and be on them and get stuck. You know, if the roads are going to be nasty and bad, close them. That's what they do up here. They got the best snow removal equipment in the world up here, but when it gets too nasty, they just close the roads and tell everybody stay home. You know, don't get out on the roads and get caught being out on the roads. Hey, we may not get to you to get you out of your jackpot. So, and that's what it looks like to me that Tennessee and Mississippi have kind of missed a bell on it. Arkansas has started doing that. When it gets really bad in Arkansas on 40 and 49, they just close the road. Stay off the road.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it, by the way, because they tried to keep some lanes open just to make sure that the EMTs and the first responders and anybody delivering goods and services, Lindsay, and I feel terrible for some of these people, but what in the hell is a 78-year-old woman in a car out in this weather doing? I mean, that becomes the question. It's like, were you headed to somebody's house to get warm? What were you doing to be on the interstate in a single-lane highway where everything else had been closed off, leaving only one lane open for emergencies? What was she doing? And this is a big question that I think Tennessee and northern Mississippi are going to have to wrestle with for a while. Marshall makes a good point. You actually, though, got home from the airport. Who picked you up, Lindsay?
There's a guy named Jeff who's wonderful. I use it, I used to run the music loft, and I have an event company. I own a thing called National Bachelorette. So he's a guy. It's a car service that I always have pick up all of our people who are coming to Nashville for events. And actually, by the time you pay an Uber to go, I'm about, 40 minutes or so from the airport to my house. So especially, in bad weather, Uber or Lyft or whoever, they up the price. So he ends up being to have a private car service show up and pick you up right up front. You don't have to drag your bags over to Uber. He ends up being maybe $20 more than an Uber by the time, I tip him. So, and I can text him. He's right there waiting. He's following my flight arrival time. He's a very good man. So if anyone's ever coming to Nashville and needs a car service, this is the man. And he's picked up people for me in all kinds of weather and situations, and at 2 a.m. and reliable. So I knew that was the route. My husband, was home or at somebody else's home, but sick with my daughter, and so I didn't want them obviously getting out at midnight. So he came, and it was funny. He has a Suburban, he has 4-wheel drive, but so the roads we were taking, again, even on the main roads, all the lights are out, power is out. They can't get it back on. And like I said to you yesterday, it's fascinating to me that they've actually got, some of the rural or backwoods on and can't get the main roads on. I know there's a method to the madness, but I sure don't understand it.
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of throw that back at Marshall, too. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you needed to be out there and there were people out there who shouldn't have been out there? And were you ever I know you saw Arkansas before and now during. Have you ever been there in that situation?
I've been out there where they really need stuff, but, it's a very simple philosophy. No load is worth dying over. So if you get out on the roads and they're just not safe, park. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this crap out. If the roads are that nasty, park. They'll figure something out. The load is never late till it's in the ditch. It's just delayed. So that's the attitude you got to have in your own head when you're out here. If it's too dangerous to drive in it, don't drive in it. Now I have a country music question for Lindsay. I've been wanting to ask. I am always late to the parade, it seems like. And here recently, I've discovered them through reels on Facebook more than anything else, Red Clay Strays. I really like their stuff. Now, my question is, though, are they country or are they like country Christian?
It's a good question. Yeah. Did you see them on? Let's see. It was the CMA Awards in November.
No.
Did you see that performance? It was very rock.
No.
Did you see that?
I'll have to look it up. But no, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Check that out.
I just recently discovered them I find them on reels on Facebook. You get the reels. And I get bored at night and don't have TV, so I just keep scrolling through all the little short reels and finding artists and stuff that I like. And that's where I first started seeing them. And then, I've noticed as I get through a lot of their reels, their audiences are getting bigger and bigger. In fact, I believe they're going to be at NRG there in Houston at the Livestock Show and Rodeo. And that's a big event. Those 85,000, 90,000 people.
Oh, yeah, it's one of the biggest events. Here's the thing that's interesting about them, because we talked about it after the CMAs. They live in this really interesting kind of they're this kind of crack in the fold, but they're not really country, they're not Christian, they're not Southern rock, and not outlaw. But they're kind of this, I'm going to say where the Christian tones come from. They're almost this revival tent gospel thing happening. They have this sort of Christian imagery that goes on, but it's more like a, hallelujah and pass the Tylenol, as Clark Griswold says. They do have country bones. They're where they're kind of flex is the rock part, and I think we saw the rock part. Again, I want you to go watch that performance on the CMAs and then maybe call back tomorrow and we can talk about it. Because they do a revival thing, and I was actually, it's funny you bring them up because I was thinking about it when Steep Canyon Rangers were just on talking, as far as the evolution of the band, they sort of have that same thing. They started way more rootsy, but they're evolving as they add certain things, and they're certainly not ones that are caring about what they're supposed to be. They're just evolving naturally, but they're probably one of the most interesting people, one of the most interesting acts in somewhat mainstream music right now that I could think of.
Lindsay, we got three.
He kind of got this.
Go ahead, Marshall.
He's kind of got this cross between Johnny Cash and Elvis Presley. You know, when you watch him perform, it's kind of like a hybrid of those two together. You know, so but they're very talented. I like their music. You know, voice. So.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good comparison, Jim.
Thank you, Marshall. We got 3 more phone calls to get to. Appreciate the phone call, by the way. You lit them up for us. Really appreciate that, Trey. Who we got first up at bat?
Bandit in the house.
Bandit in the house. Bandit, we got 3 calls.
Bandit
You're
in the
one of
house.
them. There you go. What's up, Bandit in the house?
Hey, guys. I actually outran Fern all the way back to Indiana. I got home Saturday morning with that ugly storm cloud following me all the way from Arkansas. And I got snowed in all the way till yesterday morning. They finally plowed my road out, didn't put any salt down, any sand down, and slid right out my driveway. And Loki had to go get my Kubota and a tow chain and help pull the truck out of it where it got stuck because of all the ice on the road.
Wow.
But once I got back to main roads, I was fine. Now I'm up here in Michigan about to deal with the lake effect snow tomorrow morning.
Oh, Dave Nemo's favorite, lake effect snow. Ugh, disgusting.
Ew.
Disgusting.
Yep, I got to pick up in Zeeland and loop around to Rochelle, Illinois.
The fun never ends, brother. The fun never ends. I got to tell you, Bandit, really quickly, do you have any tips for people out there if they're making their way back home, trying to get away from the remnants of Fern? I've been dying to say Fern. Fern, you know, how you doing, Vern? What do you know, Vern?
First off, get some cat litter. Use it for traction. There's a few guys that believe using bleach poured on the tires, and then when you're stuck, and it'll help the tires get hot enough to actually melt the ice so you get back to bare pavement. I've done that trick one time. It worked. I haven't tried it since. If nothing else, make sure you got plenty of water in the truck, and make sure you got plenty of blankets and a sleeping bag in case you really get stuck somewhere.
Thank you, Bandit. We got to get to our next phone call. Appreciate you. Be safe, be good, do good work, and keep up the safety. All right, who we got next, Phone Master Dre?
Woo, we got Pack Rat.
Pack Rat is back.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Good morning again, Jimmy Mack. Hey, Miss Lindsay. You brought up something very you brought up something very interesting. I'll tell you a story. About 12, 13 years ago, I was coming up through Alabama, headed for Tennessee, and they started getting snow in Alabama, and actually a blizzard. And I thought it was, I'm going to be in Nashville around 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. Oh, this ought to be fun. I get it up into Nashville, working my way around the interstates there. There was nobody out in the streets. I was shocked. Like, there was hardly any cars. And it occurred to me, these people are smart. There's a blizzard out. Stay home.
Yeah. Stay home. Stay home. That's it. That's it.
I think people, you know what, Jim and Pack Rat, both of you, I think this goes back to what we talked about at the very beginning of the show. We are too attached to all of the things that we think we need, and rather the things we want.
Yes.
That when the minute anything happens, we're like, I got to get out. I got to get my stuff. I got to get everything. And we don't realize we can live on far less than we need. So it goes back to that. People panic, and they think, I don't know where I'm going, but I know I got to get out and do something. And you don't. Just stay put. Unless it's an actual, check out the definition of emergency. Unless it's an actual emergency, stay put. You will be fine.
Absolutely. For the day or two that you have to hold out, I'm sure you could manage. But if you go up to the northern states and into Canada where I live, why on a Saturday afternoon is mom and pop's with their 2.2 kids out on the highway in a blizzard, and you see it constantly. Like the traffic doesn't seem to be any different on a Saturday or on a Friday when there's a blizzard.
Yeah, I don't understand. Everybody thinks the world makes an exception for them. Everybody thinks that they are the exception. It is one of the most insane things. And it's like, and the worst part is some of the people that stay home, they think they're the exception too, because they're just like, well, I'm the one that's going to get killed. No, how about we just care about our fellow man and not go out there? I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. Think about other people before you go out and take care of yourself, and you may find the roads are a safer place because you're not on them. Just a thought. Just a thought. Wanted to throw
Absolutely.
that at you.
Good thought.
All right, we got to get to our last phone call, Pack Rat. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it, and, well, all the best.
Okay, thanks. Love you back, and all the best.
One last phone call to get to, Dre. Who is it?
I don't know. Who are you?
Who are you? What do you want?
This is Trucker Bosun.
Yeah!
Hey!
What's going on?
Bambi was not kind.
No, she wasn't. Saw that picture, by the way. Clunk, rip, shred. Yep.
Yep. Right now, if you're in the Midwest, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, they are everywhere, especially late at night. Be very careful coming over hills. If you're on back roads, they have a lot of hills. I come over the hill, and they were 20 yards in front of me. I had no time to stop or nothing. They went separate directions, and bam.
That worked out really well, didn't it? Bam.
Oh, yeah.
It's important to point this out. Yep. Lindsay, this is important.
I did get lucky. It didn't go up underneath and do any damage underneath. It was just the bumper.
Yeah.
So.
This is important, by the way, because it's a great thing that people don't think about, that in these storms, and by the way, I've driven to Lindsay's house in very, very cold conditions, only to come around a corner and see about 3 or 4 deers just looking at me in the middle of the highway. Just looking at me on the road on my way into the holler. It happens all the time. And I got to tell you, man, it is a great warning to kind of issue to people out there. Wildlife is looking for food. A lot of times they kind of hunker down during a storm, and then they start foraging, and they can't find it in the place they usually find it, and they will often cross major highways to go looking for more food, or to sometimes go looking for lost members of their little tribes. And that's an important thing to remember. They're out there, and they are dangerous. They're dangerous to you, and they're a danger to themselves. So it's a well-made point.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry you learned it the hard way, by the way, though. That sucks. Could have been worse, though. It really could have been worse, dude. It could have been a lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What's your favorite go-to thing to keep you warm in the cold weather? What's your favorite keep you warm food? What's going on?
Food or drink?
You're the one picking, not me.
Yes. A lot of times I will normally drink hot chocolate, but as far as food goes, anything home cooking.
We'll go with that.
Perfect.
By the way, Lindsay, we had our friend from Asheville on earlier. I wanted to tell you guys what I'm doing tonight. I'm getting a big old massive cup of hot chocolate, and I'm taking a giant marshmallow and I'm roasting it, and then I'm putting it in my hot chocolate. That's what I'm doing tonight. Do you approve? Lindsay.
That sounds good to me. I'll tell you what I'm doing tonight.
What's that?
Watching people throw up with no internet in the cold. So I'll take yours over mine any day.
I thought you might. Trucker Bosun, do you approve?
I definitely approve.
All right, get out of here. We got to finish this show. You're the last caller. Thank you, brother.
All right.
Be safe.
Stay safe, everybody. Love you.
Lindsay,
Stay safe, brother.
we have to figure out some time to talk, but you've got a lot of stuff on your plate, don't you? You got a ton of stuff on your plate. The fact that you were even able to be here today for the full run is a testament to how much you love this show. Appreciate you, by the way. Really do.
I wouldn't miss it. These were great guests today. I certainly we can talk later today. I'll tell you what, once we get off, I've got to run home and meet a contractor to get trees off my roof and assess if we need a new roof. And then I got to take my husband and child to a clinic and get them some medicine. And then I got to go see if we're going to get some internet back. So I'll find another place. This house will be gone tomorrow, so I will find a new place to be on the show tomorrow. But coming up tomorrow, I know you've got a lot going on in the first half of the show. In the second half of the show, we're having on Britt Taylor, who's an awesome country music artist who I think you're really going to like. It's a completely different vibe from the artist we had on today. And then we have Matt DeLorenzo, who's from the Tightwad Garage. That's interesting way. He was on earlier about his Mercedes AMG book, and he's talking tomorrow about Tightwad Garage. The car winner is the Dodge Charger. Jim, you ever driven a Dodge Charger?
I have actually, by the way. It's a great piece of machinery. It is just, it is just so much fun. It's so much fun. They don't
You're a
handle it.
great piece of machinery. Of course, after that, we'll have country and Western music news because, like I said at the beginning, when I so lovely mess things up or save things, we celebrate both kinds on
Both
this
kinds.
show.
All kinds.
All
What they say.
kinds.
All kinds. By the way, we also have a great show tomorrow before everything kind of gets going. Marcy Edwards is going to join us about whiplash prevention. Dr. Robin Blackstone is going to be here talking about the healthcare system and why it sucks the way it sucks. A lot of great stuff. Britt Taylor, as you said, Matt DeLorenzo, country and western music news. Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news. And then, of course, another encore edition of Trucking with OOIDA, which follows this show immediately. They're going north to Alaska, talking with an Alaskan truck driver. All right, Lindsay, we're going to get out of here. I love you.
Hey, I think whiplash prevention would be a great name for a rock band.
Yeah, dude.
I'm in.
Rock and roll. Everybody, stay safe, stay warm. And as Bandit said earlier, make sure you have provisions if you're in your car. Don't leave. But if you do, keep a can of tuna fish in a blanket, as my grandma always said.
Tuna fish in a blanket. That's not a band.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S. Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
How you doing, Scott?
I'm doing great, Ashley. Trying to warm up.
Well,
winter has arrived here in Kansas City.
It has arrived here in Kansas City.
Yeah.
It is
Goodbye, fall.
Chilly. Goodbye, fall. We don't even have a fall.
I always joke we have like 3 days of fall, and it's like, oh, this is beautiful. And then summer returns for about a week.
Yeah,
and then we have 3 days of fall, and then winter arrives for a week, and then 2 days of fall, and then we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so
very
that's where we are
accurate.
right now. We're in the done phase.
Well, yes. And we're cold, and we are heading to the cold in our next interview.
Yay. There you go. I like that.
We recently spoke with Jamie Benson of the Alaska Trucking Association, and in talking with her, she had so much great knowledge to share, but we wanted to talk to a truck driver, and she did not disappoint with her suggestion.
No, she did not.
She told us to reach out to Tiff Hargraves, and we did just that, and had a great conversation with her.
The
Dalton Darlin.
Which I love. And we'll talk to her about that.
Yeah.
And her nickname.
She's on YouTube, and we're going to get to that right now. Tiff Hargraves, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I am doing quite well, thank you.
Well, we are very excited to talk to you. We spoke with Jamie Benson a couple of weeks ago with the Alaskan Trucking Association, and she recommended that we talk to you. I'm just curious, starting out, can you give us a little bit of background into your trucking career?
Sure. Yeah. So I got my license in 2010. And I started trucking locally, but I ended up staying home and being a mom for about 8 years. And being a mom, I tell you, that's the most fulfilling job, that you can absolutely have, being a parent. And so I really enjoyed doing that until about 2018 when I started working local again. And I went from there to getting into bigger trucks, driving, went from a 13 speed to an 18 speed and then traveling distance. And now I'm over the road, line haul, driving to Prudhoe Bay, Alaska.
And you've always been in Alaska. You are from Alaska, right?
Yes, I am born and raised here in Alaska. I know nothing else, actually.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, we were
Yeah.
talking to Jamie about that, Ashley. If you remember, she was talking I think she said something like every Alaskan
Leaves, but they always come
wants
back.
to leave, but they
Yeah.
always come back. Yeah.
Oh, it's
For-
so true. It's so
Yeah.
true.
But you've
For
never
you,
left,
it's-
though?
Yeah.
I have not. No. Nope. I've just always been here. I've changed industries. I used to be a commercial fisherman and, because I did mostly in my youth, I grew up on an island. So down in Southeast Alaska, I grew up in Ketchikan and used to commercial fish out there on those boats. And I loved that. I just, I don't know. I found my way up to the interior of Alaska, where we have more road than we do water, apparently, obviously. And it was a fitting career for me. So I think, Alaska is so big. I mean, you go from the interior and then you look at like Prudhoe Bay, for example, Arctic tundra, completely open, vast area. So different, Southeast Alaska. The trees are so big, you can't even hug them. Ocean everywhere, water everywhere, just thick beauty. It's lush. And so in a way, I kind of have left, but I never actually left the state. I just left the atmosphere I was in certain areas of the state. Because you can do that all over Alaska. You could switch from one location in the state to another location, and it's completely different.
I love that.
So in
great.
some ways, I guess I did leave, but I always come back.
Before we get into all the trucking questions we have, and we have so many, commercial fishing, that's an interesting, I know that's a big industry obviously up there as well, but
yeah.
Did you enjoy that? Like what exactly were you doing? Were you going out for days at a time or what did that look like?
Yeah. So commercial fishing, when I was younger, Southeast Alaska, I power trolled. I did some line haul. There's multiple different industries within the fishing industry. So you've got salmon, you've got halibut, I went shrimping, and they're per season and opening. So you would jump from boat to boat to boat to boat. And it's kind of, per the season where you are in that season, whether it's winter kings or, halibut, long lining, it's only a certain point of the year. And so you're out on that boat for however long it takes to get your catch, or until they close it down. So it's different than trucking for sure. And the seasons are constantly changing and altering. So
You're not by yourself though, right? There are other people there with you.
correct. Yes.
Right,
You're
okay.
part of a crew. You're part of a team
Yeah.
out there. Yep. You're all leaning on each other to do your job.
Yeah.
When you were growing up, was, fishing and trucking, was that like on the dream list? Or like what did you want to do when you were growing up?
It's kind of funny because I spent a mass majority of my time actually growing up on an island, 32 miles of road. So I can't say that trucking was necessarily on my, goal list. But I did spend a lot of my youth, my beginning part of my employment, I should say, after commercial fishing during the off seasons, I would work in an auto shop. And I'd work on gas motor cars, not the big diesel engines that I drive now, but it kind of brought me into the world of mechanics and the idea of trucking. I guess in a way, it's possible that I might have had a natural inclination to it because I got my license the day I turned 16. And I got my permit as soon as I was 14. So I was ambitious to get out there and get, moving.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say necessarily that I woke up every day and said, I want to be a truck driver. It fell into place. It was where I was supposed to be. It's where I'm supposed to be now.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a day when the switch was made, obviously, because you were doing one thing and then you kind of, it sounds like we're introduced maybe to the world of trucking through what you were doing there. At some point, do you remember there being, a light bulb in your brain or something that said, hey, this is something to kind of check out? Or how did that all play out?
So I was in Southeast Alaska, and I was in my off season of commercial fishing, and I was working at a radio station. I was an on-air DJ or disc jockey in the off seasons.
For the kids out there, radio is a thing that they've got in vehicles. It goes everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. This is before Bluetooth,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But so I was on-air talent, let's say, and I can't remember exactly where I had been informed of this information, but there was an opportunity to get your CDL. And I was kind of intrigued by the idea. And so I applied for it, and they jumped all over it. Here's me shown that I enjoy this type of male-dominated industry, and I've found success in doing certain things. And I had a little bit of an edge because I am a woman, and it just kind of lined up, and I was able to do this training. And so I flew up to the interior, Fairbanks, and I took that class back in 2010, a fast start program. And I got through it, and I kind of found my way into trucking that way. And so here I am, going from commercial fishing and the off season of commercial fishing to trying to find my way into a trade that allows me to be home more. It was the initial thought.
Sure. Yeah.
And now here I am, a line driver, but
right.
It's just progressed to this point, and I'm happy I am where I am. I really am grateful. I'm glad to be able to do what I do, and it's worked out for the better. Truly.
That's great. Yeah. You talk about, it almost sounds like, you said something earlier about how it kind of fell into place and it felt right. And it sounds like you are in a place now where you're doing what you love. It sounds like you love what you do. Yeah.
I do love what I do. Yeah. I think honestly, it might be different maybe if I was somewhere else. But I couldn't imagine being anywhere else.
Yeah.
What I do now is very enjoyable. And I think, if I could explain it. So I've had quite a few friends who have come up from the lower 48, and they talk about these, 5 lanes of traffic and, these downtown large cities. And that would freak me out. There's so many people there, so many variables, and how do you trust that person? And so props to everyone who drives in that kind of area. Like I couldn't imagine. Give me a hill with ice at 14% grade. I can throw chains all day. No big deal. That's not a big deal to me. But that driving 5 lanes of traffic and dealing with people, road rage and all that would scare me. So I think it works where I'm at.
You don't have to worry too much about road rage. It's more like moose rage or what? You've got so many different challenges. What are those challenges that you deal with? What does a typical day look like for you, I guess, too, is maybe a broader question.
Well, you won't find road rage up here for sure. Let me just address that right now. I mean, yes, there are times when somebody will get on the radio. We have a lot of communication up there. At least where I truck. You have to. And so there are times I'm sure like, hey, you passed me too fast, or, saying something to somebody else about, this person spun out on the hill, be careful, throw set, things like that are constantly happening. But that road rage, it's not going to be anything like probably where other people drive, because I drive next to this person every trip. I see that person every trip. Sometimes I run with that person. Like, we are a community. There's only so many vehicles that go up there. We know each other mostly by name and especially by vehicle, but you can't really escape. So if somebody was like had some road rage issues or something, it would be addressed, I think, by other people, because they would just know. We would know, and word would get around. So
it's a small community.
It is. I mean, for such a large and lengthy road and highway, it's still very tight knit, and the people involved with it are, they're just such good people. And because of that, that camaraderie that we have, we really are constantly working to better ourselves and our other drivers. So a perfect example, you asked about like what my average day is. I wake up in the morning, I go and I get loaded and I head north. It takes me, this time of year, it's been taking me about 13 and a half hours to get from Fairbanks driving to Prudhoe Bay. Now, keep in mind, for anybody listening, Alaska has different regulations than lower 48. So we have 15 hours of drive time, 20 hours of work time, and we can drive out that time. So it takes me about 13 and a half hours to get from Fairbanks to Prudhoe. And I take 10 hours off for my reset, or sometimes I'll do a split where I spend 8 hours off and 2 hours off up there in Prudhoe, and I get my hours back to drive home. But if anything were to happen, this is kind of the part I want to emphasize and where I was going with this story, that if this camaraderie, this community that we have, I know that when I hope my dogs are
okay.
We like
we love dogs, so
we like canine co-stars.
Yes,
you're good. What's your dog's name?
She's a Great Dane. Her name is Dixie.
Dixie. All right.
Yes.
Shout out to Dixie.
So as I was saying, the camaraderie is that, if something were to happen to me, whether like a couple weeks ago, I blew a coolant line. I went to the back of my DEF tank. I lost all my coolant, all of it. Fortunately, we have hazmat kits on the truck, able to catch all of it, but
you have, just to be clear, you've got nothing. It's not like there's a Love's travel stop a mile down the road. When something like that happens, you're out there, right?
Fun facts. Being from Alaska, I didn't know what Love's was.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you. I just thought about that.
I've never up until recently, I didn't even know there was such a thing. No, we don't have but one stop halfway through, and that's a small cafe called Coldfoot. Occasionally, you can get your tires swapped out if you need to, but no, you bring your own tools, you bring your own parts, and you fix it on the road, because the tow bill is not something you want.
Yeah, I can imagine. Have you found yourself in that situation before where you've had to get towed? Is that even a possibility in some places? I mean, I guess it is, but you'd be out there for a while.
Yeah. It depends on the situation and scenario for sure. But in this specific instance I was telling you about, I had blown a line off the back of my DEF tank, and I was obviously stranded. There's nowhere I could go. I had a southbounder coming. He saw me. He pulled over, threw his hazards on. He pulled right in front of me. He said, "What's going on, Tiff?" I told him about what I found. He just so happened to have a line in his truck. And we had probably 4 or 5 drivers stop after that to donate coolant, because I needed quite a bit to fill that truck back up after we had fixed the line. So it's all about, the community that we have is so valuable. We have a saying out there: once you leave your yard, the name on your door doesn't matter. We're always going to help each other out. We're always going to make sure that we're safe, by whether that's communicating hazards on the road or helping out during a repair. If you have a part, you stop and you help someone. Anytime there's a truck with hazards on or a hood popped, every driver should be stopping, because this is not the place where you want somebody to be stranded. Because at 40 below, if your truck's not running, that's a serious thing. Somebody could freeze, somebody could have issues. With health hazards and things like that, you're out in the middle of nowhere. You never know who's going to come up when the next person will be there. So you always stop and you always make sure that we have, what they need to either sustain themselves, or that they have someone who's coming to save them or bring them parts or because it is absolutely imperative that when you are out there and these are not the type of elements where it's safe to just sit for a couple hours. It was 25 below last time I was up.
Have you gotten in a situation where you were like, this is bad? Like, I'm in a bad state right here. I'm getting a little bit worried. Have you been in situations like that? Or has there always been someone coming down the line and you're like, I know I've got the support I need?
Well, there's been a few blizzards that have really kind of the white knuckling kind.
Yeah.
You lose the front of your hood. You lose visibility on the front of your hood. But fortunately, one of the things that we really train each other in when they first get started out here, at least how I was trained, is knowing the road and the turns and twists, where the edge of the road is, delineators, things like that are really important during times when you can't see, because you could just be driving along and a blizzard will start and then you get through a blow that you can't even, like I said, see the hood of your truck. The emblem on the front is gone, but at least you know that you're on a straight stretch just before a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn that leads over to another straight stretch. So you doing 2 miles an hour, 1 mile an hour, delineator to delineator to delineator, you kind of have an edge in getting through it so you can get to the other side.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And we are talking about the Dalton Highway, right? Just to be clear, right?
Yes.
You must know it like the back of your hand. How many times do you think you've gone up and down that highway over the course of the past several years? That may be very hard to estimate. Hundreds, thousands, probably thousands, right?
Not that. It takes 2 days to do a full trip.
Yeah.
And just, generally I try to do about 2 trips a week. So I'm gone 4 days and I spend 3 days with my kids. So I would have to say that as much as I wish I knew the road, I wish I knew it better, because while I love what I do, my priority is still at home. But I would say, honestly, there's a couple hundred trips I've done. Because you know, you can get at max 2 trips a week. You can get 100 trips a year. So, and I've done it for 5 years. I guess maybe almost 1,000.
Yeah.
My first year I did 3 a week, so I was really focused on getting up there and getting back. But there are men out there who have been driving since 74, since the road opened.
I believe it.
I work with a guy, he has 4 million miles on that road. 4 million.
Yeah.
Amazing. So people like him would know the road like the back of their hand. And
sure,
the beautiful thing is, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you are having a tough time, and you do get a little bit nervous, and I'm telling you this from experience, I was headed south one time, and I knew there was a really bad blizzard ahead of me over on the area we called Arctic Circle, the Beaver Slide, up to Finger Mountain. These are all landmarks on this highway. But I knew I wanted to get back to the kids because the weather was going to be even worse the next day. So whether I stayed in Coldfoot or I kept going, I was kind of at a loss. Like, it might not be good for me to go alone because I'm so new out here. Well, I met another driver and he says to me, Tiff, are you wanting to head south? And I said, I really am wanting to head south. He's like, hey, me and my buddy, we're heading south right now. Just follow behind us. We'll throw our backup lights on. They guided me through that blizzard. And I can tell you, I was so grateful for them because I'm not sure I would have been able to do it by myself. I mean, sure. Yes, I could have, I suppose. But having them with me as a guide through that low visibility was really, really helpful.
Yeah.
And people like that are out there. They really are willing to help you when you are part of that community.
Wow. That must be so just like comforting to know that even though you're in this truck all by yourself, you know that, other people on the road are there for you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. And it's kind of, it's really interesting because like that, what I said before, you never pass by a vehicle if it's got its hazards on or their hood is popped, right? Because while this truck over here who's passing south may have the right hose, maybe I have the right hose clamp, or there's so many different parts of this. I don't know how you'd say it, but so many different pieces that fit together to get somebody going again. And I know that, like when I lost that hose, that was not something I could have repaired. It was a specialty hose. Now, this driver had a hose and he had 2 gallons of coolant. I had 2 gallons of coolant. This driver had another 2 gallons and this one had another 2 gallons. We all worked together to get me back on the road. And that is constantly happening like that. You always have people out there who are willing to help you, and they always try to help you to the best of their ability, as long as it doesn't hinder them, I'm sure. But getting going or going through this terrible weather, or even just telling me about what I'm about to see. Hey, Tiff, you should probably throw a set for the pass. Done. No big deal. I'll throw a set of chains any day because it's so much easier than going up a hill and not knowing for sure if you're going to make it.
Well, in that scenario too, if you all weren't helping each other, the industry would be in such a worse place because you'd have people getting stranded. Nobody would want to do the job, I don't think, if nobody was helping each other out there. So, there's an element of survival, I suppose, in terms of professional survival that goes on there.
Yeah. I think even since I've been out there, it's changed a little bit because we've had a lot of people who have it just on their bucket list. And they come up without knowing these general rules. Like for us as a driver, we never pass another vehicle without dropping our speed to 30 miles an hour or less, because you don't want to kick. This is a gravel road.
I was just going to say that this is not a paved road.
Windshields are expensive.
Yeah.
So kicking up rocks and hitting people and breaking windshields. It costs a driver, an owner operator, or a company lots of money. And so we have a general rule: you slow down to 30 miles or less. And if you're kicking up dust or snow behind you, don't make that driver lose visibility. Slow it down even more. And those are kind of the things that people who don't drive the highway or know it, sometimes they won't abide by those rules, and it really does cause issues out there. And I think because of that, it's sad to say, but I think a little bit of that culture that I talk about and that I love so much, I think it's changing even to this day. It's kind of switching a little bit. It is. It is. It's still there.
Sure.
But it's not nearly as strong as it used to be.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Thursday.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Can we talk about the scenery a little bit? I know there's a lot of white. I mean, I know there's a lot of snow, and the scenery. I imagine at times can be a little boring, maybe. But I mean, you've got moose, and kind of run through like what you'll see on the side of a road. Animals, landscape, whatever. Maybe something that makes you kind of, gives you some sense of awe, maybe.
Okay. So leaving Fairbanks, we have, let's say we're driving north. Fairbanks north, you'll have these trees. They're not nearly as thick as like Southeast Alaska. You could hug them because our seasons are so short here for summer. So the trees really don't have a lot of time to grow large, but we have a lot of them. And so you've got all these trees in this lower area. And as you keep driving north, you will pass the Yukon River. And above the Yukon River, it'll start dwindling down a little bit. You'll have some of these black spruce trees, which in the summertime, they look so cool when they're covered in snow. It reminds me Dr. Seuss trees.
Oh,
they just
yeah.
kind of flop over. They're full, they're bushy. So you'll see that just before the Yukon River and then past it. And once you get past Coldfoot, before you climb up the Chandelar Shelf and Adigan Pass, the trees in the forest dwindle even more. And once you're up and over the pass, it's all open tundra. There's not a tree in sight. It's just open tundra for, 200 miles. And you drive through that up to Prudhoe Bay, and it's on a clear day. It is absolutely amazing. to see how vast this area is. On not a clear day, let's say there's a little bit of breeze, all of that snow is up in your face as it goes by, you know, so there it's it's absolutely, as far as scenery goes, it's one of the most beautiful places. Alaska in itself, I mean, whether you're up north in the Arctic or down in Southeast where I grew up, I mean, it is just so beautiful, and so many areas that are just untouched. They're just amazing. And we have, you know, these sunsets and the reflection of the sun on the ice and the snow. It just, it's really beautiful. Every trip, there are moments, and it's never in the same spot. Like, it's always somewhere new where I'll come across maybe Gobbler's Knob, a hill that we have there. I'll be coming down Gobbler's Knob and I'll just see all the vast area, and the sun is hitting it just right and it's sparkling, and I'll just be like, man, I work here. You know? And it's always someplace new. Every trip it's someplace different, but I can tell you it happens often where you find yourself in a situation and you just go, man, what a blessing. How wonderful this is to be here in this moment right now.
Love that.
And yeah, and I would say all of those moments outweigh the moments of shoot that you get, you know.
Yeah. What makes you appreciate it more.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. You appreciate them more, but there are both of those out there. And I think that's what makes those other moments stand out more, is because, like you said, you really do appreciate it. And you can live in that moment of like, oh,
A sigh of relief and now appreciation
Yes.
for where I'm at and what I'm seeing. Yeah, I love that.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
One of the things we were fascinated about when we talked to Jamie about was the dark season. Are you in the area
Ashley's
of Alaska?
fascinated
I am
by this.
fascinated by
Yeah.
this. Are you in like the area that it does get dark for X amount of months?
Well, you know, Fairbanks, we get, I think there's like 3 hours of sun in the winter at the worst part, you know. Arctic Circle, above Arctic Circle, yeah, it's dark all the time. Prudhoe Bay, dark all the time. Maybe, I don't know, I'd have to look it up, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes of sunlight a day. And it's like, you know, it'll come over the horizon and be like, and then back down. Like it's never here, you know, and where you feel that heat. That's why it's always so cold. But yeah, we do experience a lot of darkness.
Do you ever get used to that?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah,
Okay.
actually. It allows us to see things actually a lot better, believe it or not. So in the darkness, I can see when a truck's coming up ahead. And so maybe I'm going down a blind corner, but I saw the lights over there, and I'm going to take it easy around this corner because I'm going to be meeting somebody. Believe it or not, a lot of people actually prefer driving at night because it's a lot easier road to manage and maneuver.
That makes sense. Yeah, I get that.
And the nighttime driving also brings those colder temps too. Here's another fun fact about driving in Alaska. The best running is anywhere from 10 above to 10 or 20 below. That is the best trucking weather.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, you're
Yeah.
not talking running. You're talking about trucking running.
Trucking running.
At
Yeah.
first I thought I was like, hang on. I don't want to be
What
running
kind of
outside.
running are we talking?
Yeah. Why is that though? Why is colder better?
Because your tires grip a lot better, especially up these hills. It's not going to be as slick. The second the temperatures rise to, 25 degrees or higher,
You get
32
that thawing
is-
and yeah.
Yep. So you have, we literally drive on a road made of ice. They put water on the road to smooth it out. It's all ice. It's all it is. And so the second you get any sort of heat or warmer weather, by warm, I'm talking 32 degrees. I know that that's not a
heat
lot.
wave.
That's not warm for other people, but for us Alaskans, it is. And so once you get to those warmer temps and the sun beats on it a little bit, slicks it right up because you get that water right on top. And so that does just absolutely terrible things for your traction.
That makes sense.
So, yeah. And that's why, you'll hear a lot of these Alaskan drivers and they'll say, hey, 20 below, let's go trucking, because that's the best time. That's the best time.
Oh, wow.
You can hit every hill, never have to chain up as long as there's not a bunch of snow,
Yeah.
Oh,
That makes
it's
sense.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Can we talk about your YouTube channel?
Sure.
And how did you kind of start that? And the Dalton Darlin is the kind of your nickname.
Yeah.
How did that come about? Yeah.
So, okay, this is actually, there's two answers here.
Sure. Yeah.
So the channel itself got started because I homeschool my kids. So on my days off, I'm homeschooling them, and we're constantly trying to find different activities that teach. And my son was super interested in coding and video editing and YouTube, and he really wanted to start his own channel. And I told him that I didn't feel comfortable with it. There's too many predators out there, and he was too young, and I love him too much. So I told him, I said, you know what though? This could be interesting. I'll just get some video of me in a truck, and you can share that stuff. You can edit the videos, and we could throw it on a YouTube channel. Just, and I had it at a different name at one point in time. And that video that we had done was so grainy, and it was so poor quality. The audio was terrible. In fact, there was the first video that I had done, the audio cut out part way because of like a copyright thing. So like YouTube pulled the audio and then started the audio back. It was a learning curve, learning lesson. But a lot of people were really interested in it, and didn't think much of it at the time. And as I started driving up on the Dalton, I realized that I really enjoy capturing a lot of these really interesting scenarios and situations, and these views that I have, the amazing animals that I get to see that most people spend a lifetime trying to get to. And they're literally running in front of my truck and holding me up, So I might as well take a video of it and share that. And so I decided I was going to start it back up and do a little bit more with it. I was running with a friend, and I told him, I said, I'm thinking about this. I think I'm going to do this. And so we were talking about, some ideas for videos and concepts, and we were headed south. And I said, the name I have really doesn't work. We got to come up with something. I got to figure something out. And I was meeting another driver, and he goes, "Hey, darling, how's the road back here?" I'm like, "Oh, it's good. It's, and it hit me. I was like, "Oh, darling, I like that."
Got some alliteration going too, it sounds good.
Put the two together.
Yeah.
Here we go, Dalton, darling. So it was kind of a fun little quirk that happened at the right moment for me to figure out the name for it. And ever since then, it's just been the title, and throwing these videos together. A lot of the shorts that I do are just because I went north and something happened, whether it's, fixing a tire on the side of the road, or, whatever the case may be, helping somebody with a repair, or, an animal, or coming over and just seeing this beautiful scenery, capturing that on film and sharing it with the audience is really, really enjoyable. But then also these trip logs, I will go through and I'll have this moment where I'll say, okay, I'm going to record. This will be an episode. And I'll start recording, whether it's on my phone or a GoPro, the dash cam. I've got multiple recording devices. And I'll just start recording the trip. And sometimes nothing happens, and it's just like a straight up and back. Those ones are kind of boring, I'm sure. So I don't always post those ones, but there are the occasion when I will leave and not get 100 miles out of town when I have to make a repair, or somebody goes off the road in front of me, like the episode I've got working on here. There's just so many things that can happen, and you never know when. And I just want to emphasize too that, I made a point when I first started my channel that I was not going to create any issues. Have been some shows in the past, or some people recording things where they're not genuine. It's made for entertainment
Clicks.
value.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So for me, I want to make sure that everything that I do is genuine. I'm not gonna cause issues or circumstances, or if I feel like a hill is not safe, just going to throw a set of chains. I'm not going to try to go up it to, have something happen where I spin out. I mean, that's just no, my sanity is more important. So, and being in that kind of high stress situation is not healthy for me anyway. So I never create any drama per se.
You don't have to.
Just so happen to be there to capture it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to create drama. I mean, just what you're doing on an everyday basis, as you pointed out there, you have the potential for drama every time those wheels start moving.
Right. Yep. And you never know when it's going to happen. And so that's why, I'm constantly recording on my dash cam. I always have my phone or my GoPros available if I need to stop and push record and then get driving, capture something on film. I really do enjoy capturing all of these adventures that I have. And the name Dalton Darwin Alaskan Trucking Adventure, that works great.
It does work great, yeah.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with Howes. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. Howes, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
What's the one that's kind of gained the most traction or attention, or, something that people, one of your videos or an incident that people were like, had the most questions about, or something like that? What did, I guess, get the most?
So, well, the one video, the long form video that I had, we went through a blizzard and we helped, somebody helped tow someone out of the ditch, and I drove by and we jump started them. So that driver could get going. And it was just, low visibility, cold weather, wind, like lots of snow.
Just a typical
everywhere.
day. Yeah.
Yeah. Trucks kind of often where they shouldn't be. And so that was kind of, like I said, it just so happened I captured all of it. I think the best video that I had for my short form, so like a short, was probably one of my favorites, was when we showed that camaraderie of the haul road. And I pulled up behind a driver. He had his hazards on. And I started recording. I said, we got something going on here. Let's check out and make sure this guy's good to go. And I pulled out my big old case of, miscellaneous parts and pieces. And between the two vehicles, we were able to fit something together. And it wasn't exactly what he needed, but it made it work. Even though
you MacGyvered it.
It was
Yeah.
absolutely MacGyvered, and you could see he shows the part, and it's this big, and generally the piece is just a little corner piece like that, but it was what we needed to get him on the road, and that was what it was all about. But that video got so much traction, and the most common comment was, that is what trucking used to be. Bring that back. Find a way to bring that camaraderie. It was really, it was an eye-opening video for me, because that's all I know. I mean, driving in Alaska, that's what we experience all the time. I expect it, actually, and maybe I take it for granted. I don't know, but I just kind of assumed that was the way it was everywhere, but it's not. We don't have a Love's or a quick call auto shop that's going to show up with a service truck. We don't have that here. We have to make it work ourselves. And so when we have to make it work ourselves, we're constantly working together to make it happen for the person who needs it.
Yeah, it sounds like that is, how trucking used to be and how it should be, for sure. Not just there, but everywhere.
It was eye-opening for me, because like I said, I didn't understand it was different.
Yeah.
I've only ever driven in the state of Alaska.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
No, I was going to say,
like...
you're not moving to the lower 48 anytime soon.
Well, no, I like the cold weather, I guess.
Yes. All right. Well, we very much appreciate your time and all that you do. And it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Awesome. Yes. If you have any other questions or you want to do any follow-ups, just let me know. Be more than happy to answer any of these questions. I love it.
Is there anything else we missed or anything you wanted to say?
Up here in Alaska, we have it's kind of a different breed of truck, if I understand correctly. We have a lot of these heavy axles. They're capable of handling, these heavy weights, because you are going through some of the roughest road possible, and you've got a strong motor because you're climbing a hill that 14% grade on Adigan. I mean, Koyukuk is 11%. I mean, these hills are big, and they're long, and they're steep. You've got good tires. When a driver up here, for example, an owner operator maybe, goes out and buys a brand new truck, they go through and they put Arctic grade rubber on everything, all of their lines, and because once you hit 20 below, that's cold. Everything becomes brittle. So they do a lot of work changing grease and all of that to make sure that the equipment that they have manages that highway to the best of their ability. And so a lot of the problems that we have for people who maybe just want to come up and they might take one trip, while it might be a lot of fun and maybe it crosses off their bucket list, I have to warn everyone who might want to come up, be aware that not only do we have these different rules of this road where we try not to rock each other, we're constantly communicating that CB is important, but our trucks are built in such a way that we can handle what it is that we are, what we're driving. The other thing is the equipment that we have in our vehicle. Like I said, I have a parts truck under my bunk. I've got just about anything that I have come across in the past that I needed. I've grabbed it, thrown it in a container, coiled a hose, whatever. I've got a jack under there. You are ready for anything that you may have to repair out there, because you never know when you're going to need it. The other thing that I have to just really emphasize is that we don't wear these cable chains that I've seen. Don't talk to me about socks. That's the weirdest concept I've ever seen in my life. We have these 7 or 8 mil. I know a friend who throws 9 mil chains. They're triple rail trigs is what we use generally. They're heavier duty and they last a lot longer. There's a lot of vehicles that have been stranded out there because they run out of chain. Their chains get torn up. I made a video where I showed people how to throw chains, but also talked about the importance of speed. don't want to go too fast. If you're not sure how to run the road, be careful coming up and take caution. Learn everything you can, or fall behind someone and see if they'll take you up. I think I just want to emphasize that if you were offered a move by one of these companies down, like we have a driver, he got offered offered a load down in New Jersey. I think they gave him 14 for it, but after making it all the way up, he had nothing but issues. Multiple chain sets. He ended up totaling out his truck and the trailer coming down a hill. Like, we have, just be careful and think twice before taking that load to come up here. Because it's really not something it's not like any other highway.
Well, and that's the training you probably got too, right? I would imagine the training up there is a lot more stringent and strict, just because you do deal with so many variables that most other people do not. You can't just get your CDL one day and just hop in the cab and you're good to go, right?
Correct. Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, most companies they require 10 to 15 trips in the summer and 10 to 15 trips in the winter. And you're right. There's so many different things that we do out there. Like I mentioned, slowing down to 30 miles an hour or less. This driver that I was referring to, he went north. It took him like 3 days, which it takes me one. It shows you how his struggles really put him behind. But he was headed south, and he didn't understand that the communication, how important that was. And so there were people at the bottom of the pass or the shelf that were yelling at him, "Hey, there's somebody down here spun out." Well, this driver, not knowing the rules and the road, he dropped down on this Alaskan driver outside, throwing chains on the ground. It could have been so bad. It was.
Everybody was okay, though.
In that situation, God was looking out for that guy.
But it could have been real bad.
It could have been really bad. Yeah. So having somebody that you're following behind and teaching you some of this etiquette is really important. I really want to emphasize that, because I could talk about the beauty and I could talk about the animals and I could talk about how amazing it is, but that's for me in a truck that's equipped for it, and training where I've been, taught all of these different things. So it's a little bit different. And if you just really want to see a photo, follow some of these people that
go to your YouTube page. Yeah, go to your YouTube page. Yeah, yes. Let's plug it. Yeah.
We'll share the videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that's all you want, then go enjoy it there. You don't have to, you don't have to come up or take a tour bus. Those guys are experienced. They know the road.
That's our PSA portion of our conversation, the public service announcement.
Yes.
If you're going to come up, do it right. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. I would love to visit Alaska, but I will do the tour bus.
I would too.
Well, I tell you what, if either of you guys decide to come up, I'll throw you in the passenger seat. I got an air ride passenger seat.
Sounds good.
I would love to take you up on that. Yes, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll drive north. If you want to, you could fly out of Prudhoe. There's an airport there. You can fly out from there.
All right.
All right.
Throw that out there for you.
We'll put that on the bucket list.
Put that on the list, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right,
Tiff, thank you so much.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Thank you. Really a pleasure talking to you.
I appreciate it. You guys, I hope you enjoy your holiday season. And I look forward to speaking with you guys again.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.